Hey, Holy, how you doing, bro? Abaddon, how you doing, man? Welcome, 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 ladies and gentlemen. It is still early. I'm still waking up. Abaddon, how's the new job treating you, man? Courtney, how you doing? Started trying Remix. I like it. It's fun, isn't it? It is a very fun game mode. It really is. I'm waiting for them to fix the end game. But I mean, I'm so excited for the stuff that's coming in War Within. I just recorded a video before stream starts. So it was hot yesterday, and I got an air conditioning, and I got a cold on my neck. It's been so fucking annoying. Wait, you got an air conditioner, okay? And I got a cold on my neck. It's been so fucking annoying. Wait, what do you mean you've got a cold on your neck? How does that even work? Paramaniac, how you doing? I am very good. Thank you so much for asking. It's effective 1st June, but had a big meeting yesterday and went really, really well, so definitely going on the right track. All right, Abaddon. That's good, right? Early stream now. Wow. Dude, how is this an early stream? We've been doing this for at least a week. No? Gentlemen, how you doing? See, I like streaming this time because it forces my American viewers to wake the fuck up and get going. You know? Made 291k in 3 months, so they're happy. Nice, Abaddon. So if you sweat and leave your air conditioning on, your neck muscles get cold and get hurt, and your head hurts. Oh, right. I've not had that. But then again, if you turn your air conditioning up so you don't get hot. Holy. Because you're not supposed to sweat. If you can get the temperature to about 21 degrees Celsius. By the way, is it a portable air conditioner? Or is it an installed one? So, for example, split unit, like I have. So, it's on the wall and the... No room 1? Wait, what do you mean no room 1? It's 7 a.m. Here, early for me, and fuck you for that, Echo. It is my pleasure. It's on the wall. Okay, so it's a split unit. Yeah, then if you keep things... I can give you some advice. If you don't want to pay for it, the first thing... Well, you're in Europe, so technically you should have triple glazed windows or even double glazed windows that should provide some insulation to the outside world. But just close everything and get that temperature to about 21 degrees Celsius. And you should technically not be... you should not be sweating. At least I don't sweat at all. But then again, I've never been... much of a sweater, I guess. Dark Mephisto, how you doing, bro? I'll get those Prince Andrew jeans and never sweat. Prince Andrew doesn't sweat? What? Isn't that like Asian people who don't sweat? Or do they sweat, but they don't smell? I don't know. I don't know exactly. Well, after his media interview, he claimed he never sweats. Oh, okay. Zoomer XD, how you doing, bro? So you have never had that kind of headache? I've had headaches before where, but that's more related to the gym. So sometimes if you're doing shoulders and you go particularly heavy, specifically on military press, you can hurt, like the neck muscles can go into spasms. And yes, that fucking does really hurt, but there's tablets that you can buy. It's potassium, mainly potassium tablets. They help. They're muscle relaxants. You can just get them over the counter. You don't even need a prescription for them, but they really help. You take like 2 of those, you'll be good to go. It's mainly just potassium because that's what's happening, right? The muscles are spasming, so if you give it potassium, it takes away the spasms and the headaches should go away. After watching the new Elden Ring trailer for 999 times, I realized how important art direction is compared to graphics. Well, we've spoken about this before, right? Art direction is everything. Graphics, what most people complain about with graphics isn't graphics. It's art direction. You don't need amazing graphics if the whole game fits. You know, Does League of Legends look absolutely phenomenal? Yes, it does. Does it have the best graphics in the world? No. But its art direction is on point. Aklon has turned into a WoW shill. I really have. I think the War Within deserves a bit of shilling on the wall for Ninja Theory. Pringles, what makes you say that? Well, I don't know if I want to continue Hellblade 2. Just because it really isn't gripping me the way that the first one did. Like, the first one I couldn't put down. I could not stop playing it. We finished it in, I think, 2 days. And I think day one we played for like 8 hours. The reason I had to stop was I was just fucking super tired and I couldn't do it anymore. But I didn't want to stop playing the story because it was just so good. This second one has not gripped me in the same way. And I think one of the reasons is there's a lot of nothing happening. Like, a lot. The first one didn't have that. There were moments where nothing was happening. It was sort of just walking around. But it was much more, like, I would say, action-packed, if you will. Once Xbox gives them the boot, they should start anew. I don't think they're just gonna get cancelled over one game. Ninja Theory is a pretty decent developer studio, and they had one game that sucked. There's still ways for them to fix that, right? They could do patches that increases the difficulty in puzzles, that makes the combat a lot better. So there's still room for them to change and room for them to get the game up to where it needs to go. I would not say that they're immediately just going to cut it off, right? Story happening in her head is killing the vibe for me. Different, but the story isn't happening in her head. Like, the story is not happening in her head. And that was kind of confirmed yesterday. If you right at the end, it confirms what she is. So she is actually not schizophrenic, at least not in the way that you or I would think about it. So if you watched till that point yesterday while we were streaming, she is what is called a seer. In other words, the voices she's hearing are voices from the other side. It's not just in her head. It's actual voices from the other side. The things she's seeing are actual things that exist, but only seers have the ability to see them. So that's what's going on, but it's not like all of this is fake and it's just in her head. At least not from what I've seen in the story thus far. I know that the first one ended in a way to where people thought that that's exactly what happened. She was just seeing this weird story in her head, but turns out no. That's at least not what the story is right now. But Hollywood has some catch up to do. What do you mean with Hollywood? I pray one day I get to watch something like this on the cinema, literally hours of unhinged Eldritch Souls horrors. Do you mean, are you talking about Senua's Saga, or are you talking about Elden Ring? And yeah, I'm looking forward to the War Within as well. Courtney. My bad then, I'm sorry. You don't have to fucking apologize to me. You know, you didn't offend me. I'm not the writer of the game, different. What are you apologizing for? I was just informing you of what I've uncovered thus far in the game. I think it's a fine game for playing. It's not bad. It's definitely not as much fun as it was. The first one was way more fun. And also the puzzles in this one, I thought, was going to get more difficult as the game goes on, because that was sort of the thing in the first one. The puzzles got really difficult towards the end. But apparently the puzzles are exactly the same throughout the whole game, and that really killed the vibe for me. When I saw that on Twitter, I was like, oh man, I was looking forward to this, because that was one of the fun things in the first playthrough, was just how difficult the puzzles got. And eventually me and chat were fucking going ape shit in the first one, trying to figure out the puzzles. And then you learn, nah, the puzzles are just going to keep being this easy. Nah, I don't want to play that thing. Elon Musk taking a swipe at Twitch. And he thinks X is better. Stream on X. Oh, Axel, I really don't like you. Can we get this fucker? Never mind. I've got him. I don't know what to tell him. Epic Thulu, how you doing, bro? X is a nightmare, bro. Like, a nightmare. Asmund for 3 hours after the clip? Oh, man. Yeah, of course he did. Of course he did. I don't have much time for that crap. I don't want to get involved, quite frankly. I do not want to get involved. Jack, how you doing, bro? I saw you did another book reading. Going to check it out after the stream. Indeed, sir. This one was long. This one was very long. But it was good. It is a good book. There were moments while reading it where even I was getting a little fucking like, what is that? What is this? What am I experiencing? These are tears? Why are there tears? What's this? I don't know what this is. No, I didn't cry, but there were moments that kind of hit hard. It did a wonderful job of describing Anduin's mindset and just what he's going through. And sort of explaining that stuff. So, yeah. Did you get the new Emperor's Children book? I have not, Pringles. I've not bought any new books for a while now. But yeah, no, I mean, I wonder why is Taliesin starting drama with Asmongold again? Like, does anyone know? Is there like a specific time of the year that Taliesin's hormones just peak and now he has to, I don't know, start shit? Because he's a grifter? That I agree with. Frederick, how you doing, bro? Aldezen, how you doing? Maybe this is just Taliesin's time of the year, you know? His hormones has synchronized and now he wants to start shit again. Did Tali Asmund called him first? The fuck did Asmund do anything? In case of viewership dipping, break glass. Dominus Deedster, how you doing, bro? Yeah, Asmongold is pretty much Taliesin's in case of emergency guy. Tali spontaneously just started a rant about bad wild takes. The thing is, Asmongold have left Taliesin alone as far as I could tell. Asmund doing something voluntarily, I believe that. I don't think Asmund started it. I don't. I think it's Taliesin that started it. And how I know it's Taliesin that fucking started it is because some viewer in Taliesin's chat asked him a question. And then Taliesin took that question, twisted that question, and started ranting about Asmund. And even had at least some honesty to say, I know that's not what you asked, but here we are, right? In a very joking way. So going out of his way to make it about Asmund. Like, what the hell? Asmund hasn't talked about him forever. Then Tali ranted about Asmund for 3 hours. And Taliesin is just going to come off looking like a dick again. Because the last time he went after Asmongold, he started looking pathetic towards the end. To the point where he was begging Asmongold to stop talking about him. And then Asmund agreed. Asmund's like, yeah, okay, I'll leave you alone. No worries, bro. I'll leave you alone. I won't talk about you again. And then he just goes off. Gregory feels like that. Tali, Asmund called him through Twitter, and he didn't saw that because Tali blocked him. Asmund called him through Twitter. I mean, we can check. Asmongold barely fucking tweets these days, though. Like, if you look at Asmongold's Twitter, right? May 2 was the last time he tweeted. Then March 8, right? Then February 18. Like, he barely fucking tweets. Tally on for another monologue. At least we know if Asmund for some reason became homeless, the rent is free. And Tally's head true. He found some Twitter on Asmund Reddit. I mean, is there a video of this? Is there a clip of this? I don't want to watch the whole 3-hour stream. I have no time for that. But if there's a clip of this, I would like to see it. Because I personally think it's literally just Taliesin trying to finagle himself out of it. He's trying to come off as he's not the one who started it. Because he recognizes how bad this looks. Right? He's the one that asked Asmongold to leave him the fuck alone. Asmongold then did this, and then he opened the wound again. Right? He opened the floodgates again. And now he's desperately trying to go, actually, it's not me, right? It's Asmund that started this. You showed on yesterday's stream, but I left. I cannot process so much bullshit. Yeah, dude. What's funny is that never mind. Controlling myself so hard from saying something so the fluffy one will be proud of me. Abaddon, I should get a fucking medal for not saying what I'm thinking, bro. Like, I should be celebrated by people into the future. People should look at this stream and teach other people how to watch your fucking mouth and just stay out of shit, right? You know me. I like to get involved in shit. I like to stir the pot a little. But I am doing my absolute best to not get involved in this one. And there's a big reason for that. When I get involved in a fight, I am fully prepared to take it from all sides, right? I'm fully prepared to be attacked. I'm fully prepared to have that person come into my stream, as you guys saw back in the day, and have talk it out. The problem is that you can't do that with someone that is inherently inherently dishonest. Right? It doesn't mean you can't have an honest conversation with someone that is just dishonest. So I don't want to start this fight because there's no point in starting this fight because I will not allow that dude anywhere near my stream ever again because I don't have the time to sit there for an hour and a half and have a guy lie off the fucking top of his head to the point where every word coming out of his mouth is just a big fat lie. Right? So, yeah, I don't want to start shit because I know that I will not allow him to say anything. Man, I can't stand the guy. KK saying, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. This Teddy is an idiot. Came across so stupid. Genjo, you have no idea, bro. Tally is such a piece of shit. After he starts BS with Asmund, I stopped watching him completely. I don't care that he starts BS with Asmund. I don't care, right? Start all the shit you want. But then don't do it dishonestly, you know? Be honest. Just fucking go, you know? Throw your shit and have fun with it. But he doesn't do it honestly. He's the one that basically played victim the last time Asmongold clapped at him, right? After he clapped first, just FYI. He claimed victim. And then suddenly, you know, he basically begs Asmongold to stop talking about him. Asmongold stops talking about him. And then he just keeps going. That's super fucking dishonest. He's a little worm, bro. Oh, man, I do not like Taliesin. Whoa. Oh. Happy thoughts. We're not going to get involved. Akalon. Stefan, keep your mind. It's all good. He's not here. Just let it go. All right, we're good. I'm not gonna stumbled up on your channel recently, and I've been watching so many of your YouTube videos lately. Amazing stuff, especially the video of Pyro. KK saying thank you so much, dude. Really appreciate that. I'm so glad you enjoy it. Thank you. Truce Prime with the 14 months. Part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you. And when you're in the mood, fuck his girl. Wait, Genjo, no. This is where I will draw the line. I don't believe that family should ever be brought into anything. If she said stuff, right, that makes it possible for her to be called out, go for it. Call her out on it, right? But don't call her out because you want to call out Tally. She has nothing to do with this. From what I have been able to see, she is usually the one that calms him the fuck down and goes, what the hell? Just calm down, stop doing this, right? So, no. I don't believe that family should ever be brought into these attacks. Him being a dickhead, great, go for it, right? He's opening the door to that because he's attacking people. But she, as far as I know, have not done anything wrong. Nurzad, how you doing, bro? I have a request. I follow you for some time now, and I like how you approach the WoW universe, but I'm from France, and sometimes I don't get every point, and the translation bot is not quite accurate. Is it possible to include English subtitle on your main theory YouTube videos? Thanks for all your work. Nurzad, I could probably do that for you, yeah. It would require a little bit of extra time, but I could probably do that for you, yeah. I'll give it a go, and I'll see if I can finagle that. Because I would just have to before I send the video to my editor, I would have to run it through my DaVinci Resolve, add the subtitles to the video, and then send it to him. But I'll see what I can do for you, or maybe I can do it afterwards. I'll see what I can figure out on that front. Stop making me do work. I'm trying to do my actual paying job too. Bro, what am I supposed to do, man? Are you a work from home, Andy? Genjo, are you asking me if I'm a work from home, Andy? Or are you asking Avedon? Oh, Avedon. Dude, Avedon is the leader of England for some company. I don't know what company, but he leads England in that company. Oh, my fucking bad, Avedon. I thought that I was the host of this year party, but no problem. Chat, please have your conversation. I'll just be here drinking my fucking coffee. Never mind my feelings and wanting to feel included. You know, of course, it's all about you guys. I'll just sit here, all right? I'll just sit here. I'll have my coffee. It's fine. I'll go through Twitter. You guys talk amongst yourselves, please. Act as if I'm not even here. Just do your thing. You're just here to read out the messages, Jack. I go true, Frederick. Oh shit! Now I'm being called names. Like, what the hell is this, guys? What happened? Is there just, like, did someone sneak in some testosterone into your water when I wasn't looking? Like, there's a few of you that's very aggro this morning. What's going on? Confirmed, Aka wants DEI, especially inclusion part. True, I want to be included. I know you don't play Elden Ring, but did you check out the Shadow of the Erdtree story trailer? No, I have not. And it's not that I don't play Elden Ring, it's that I haven't played Elden Ring. Don't play Elden Ring suggests that I'm completely opposed to playing Elden Ring. That's not it. It's just that I have not. But I have killed some of the bosses in Elden Ring. Just not all of them. Maybe we should... I don't want to promise this, because I know for a fact we're not going to do it. I was going to say, maybe we should do an Elden Ring stream. But then I realized I'm probably not going to do an Elden Ring stream. So, what's the fucking point? Wait, what just happened? Who did what? Oh, Shuon Head went off to Sneeko. Man, the drama on Twitter, on YouTube just never fucking ends. How the fuck do you unlock old Poot's shackles? What? I mean, watching you die repeatedly is fun. I mean, no, you can totally beat the game on stream, bro. It's not about dying repeatedly. It's the fact that I never finish games on stream. And I already know that if I start playing Elden Ring, that's just going to be another game that I blue ball you guys with. Oh, guys, here we go. This is the Elden Ring arc of the stream 24 hours later. So I was just thinking about this other game I want to play instead. So I already know there's some games that I should just not go anywhere near. Because if I stream them once, everyone's going to ask me to keep going. And I'm probably not going to keep going, so... The heck is what, Digit? I think that's over, Abaddon. I think that's over. I would not expect that to continue. Boys, if we're not going to play Senua Saga, then what are we going to do? What are we going to do? Impromptu Q&A? Dude, every fucking day is an impromptu Q&A. I answer questions all the time on Twitch. You guys can ask whatever you want. I will answer honestly. But no one ever asks me cool questions. People just want to know about WoW. So doing a Q&A is basically just the WoW Q&A. So I should do that over on the main channel. Because that's usually the one that sells best. Talk shit about Blizzard. There's nothing to talk shit about. I literally just made a video just before the live stream going over this. The problem fucking currently with World of Warcraft is I am desperate for some negative clicks. I want to get those clickbait titles and have everyone click on the clickbait titles about how shit WoW is. And instead, Blizzard keeps doing all the fucking good shit for their game and they don't do anything negative whatsoever. So what am I supposed to do for negative clicks in World of Warcraft? The War Within, banger after banger after banger after banger. I am expecting that within the next month or so, we're going to get a fucking message from Blizzard saying, oh, by the way, now when you buy The War Within, you're getting a personal blowjobber that's just going to blowjob you while you fucking watch, while you play the game. And I'm going to go, oh man, another W from Blizzard, here we go. Right? That's just where we're going now. That's basically where we're going. They're going to run out of great things to announce, and then they're just going to announce brilliant things. Because what else are you supposed to do? Everything is a banger, bro. I go through fucking Wowhead daily, and I look for something to complain about. There's nothing to complain about. Steve Denuser to blow echo? No, thank you. I would actually complain about that. I don't want to react to Warhammer videos. Have it on. Blame Mason, people wanting negative have issues. Who wants bad things to happen? Amount of ears, what's the... Yeah, alright, cool. Thanks for letting us know. I said, Steve, wait. Well, it is a joke, just by the way. And the whole joke is that many people think that whenever you're making negative videos, you're just doing it for negative clicks. Right? So that's where the joke part of it comes in. I think the gameplay might be kind of shit for War Within, but the story will be good. In what way? So what makes you think that the gameplay is going to be kind of shit? Thriving on negativity? Alright. But I don't think there are people that thrives on negativity. The thing is, what most people don't realize with negative clicks is that negative clicks is an incredibly short-term goal, right? It's a short-term goal. It's a short-term process that pays off in the short term, but really doesn't pay off in the long term. Especially when you're negative about one thing. So if you could make a living on YouTube just being negative about everything, there are channels that obviously do that. That's fine. But if you're just being negative about World of Warcraft, the problem is that the people that are negative with you eventually stop being negative because they quit playing the game. and then there's no point for them to keep being negative because they're no longer playing the game. And before you know it, you're not making content for anyone anymore because, well, no one really gives a shit, right? LFR, normal heroic mythic story. By the way, I have Dark Mephisto already made the video on it. The video should be live tonight. Already made a tweet about it. That's been doing really well. So yeah, no, I've seen that. While gameplay is what it is, if you like it now, you like it in the future. Skills can be pruned, added, but at its core, it won't ever change. The thing is, I don't think that's what people refer to when they talk about gameplay. Right? And they're not talking about how do the classes play, how do the, how does the raids play. I think when you say that, because I would say from that perspective, so if we were just talking about how do classes play and how does the combat work in WoW, I would actually put World of Warcraft as one of the better games in the world. The gameplay is always super, super smooth. It's probably one of the smoothest games out there. It does it better than most games that are actually, aimed towards combat. I think what people are usually referring to is stuff like dungeons and raids and maybe not having enough solo content out there for people to do, stuff like that. Did I just read it correct? Story mode is a thing? Yep, story mode is an actual thing. So if we go into... So it's gonna be 1 to 5 players. So you can do it solo or you can do it with 4 other friends. And we don't know if it's going to drop any gear. We also don't know if it's going to be scaling in any way, shape, or form. It might scale, it might not scale. We really do not know. But it is, I would say, it has a lot of potential in my opinion. LFR is in story mode already? No, LFR was never story mode. It was meant to be story mode. The problem with LFR is that it is a pain in the ass, right? So if you are going to approach story mode in LFR, you're not really getting story mode, right? What you're getting is, first and foremost, the group isn't going to wait for you to appreciate the story. You're also not getting the challenge that raiding is meant for. So LFR really is just a gearing mechanic at this point. People get some easy gear, and then that's it, right? Because you don't have the time to really pay attention to the story. You don't have the time to really explore the raid or explore the boss rooms or listen to the boss's voice lines. Because you're too busy just, not dying or trying to do at least enough damage that you don't get kicked. So yeah, LFR just didn't work as a story mode, whereas this one opens, I think, the door for a lot of really cool things that could potentially be added. No? Yeah, what is Strange Crusade, Pringle? Profile, how you doing, brother? Digit, what this definitely opens the door for is a lot more story now being added into the raid. And we already know that Blizzard have said that a lot more story is now being added to the dungeon. Because you now have such a thing as follower dungeons. So Blizzard can now make it where instead of stories ending in the world, and then you go into the dungeon optionally, they can now take all of those really cool bosses that you would sometimes fight in the normal quest line, and they can put them inside the dungeon. Because there is now such a thing as the follower dungeons, which is the story mode dungeons. And now that's happening with raids as well. So instead of the storyline sort of ending before the raid, and then you have to do the raid in order to continue the storyline can now be in the raid. If you're doing normal, heroic, and mythic, you can skip it because obviously you're just have to kill some bosses, and you can do the story mode to actually see the proper story. So you can expect a lot more conversations, maybe, happening with regard to seeing bosses converse with one another, and see a lot more story unfold. So basically, the raids are becoming something like a scenario in Mist of Pandaria, like that sort of thing, you know, which I think is super cool. We're not getting follower raids just yet. We're getting story mode raids, which allows for 1 to 5 players. So you can either do it single or you can do it with 4 other people. But imagine how cool it would be if you were to get follower raids, but then some of the followers can actually be your alts. And now imagine if you could actually use those follower raids to gear some of your alts. Like your alts can actually get raid gear from the follower raids. How cool would that be? Dogma Vista, why? Why would you make some separate servers? No, this actually looks cool. But it's tabletop, no? I mean, this actually, like, listen to the synopsis of this. Trench Crusade is a skirmish-scale tabletop miniatures game that will plunge players deep into a horrifying alternate timeline. During the Crusades, a heretical band of Templars dared to defy the Almighty and, casting aside their sacred vows, unleash the forces of hell upon the earth. Over 800 years later, in the year of our Lord, 1914, this brutal, merciless war between the forces of heaven and hell rages on. This is not just a fight for survival, but a cataclysmic struggle that will decide the very fate of humanity's soul. Sounds like a cool thing. Kicking lots of people just for asking some questions. So it's one of those. Ah, never mind then. Can I reply to this on Discord about this? Because this will be a longer thing. About what, Dark Mephisto? About splitting servers. No, they'll just die then if that's their approach. So my personal thing is, I do not think, I don't think that splitting the player base is good, ever. I'm specifically of the opinion that we should lose all servers and there should instead be just one server in World of Warcraft. One for everyone. And the reason I feel this way, and I feel quite strongly about this, as internet speeds have increased, I am now playing World of Warcraft at about 150 ms, right? That's my new ms in World of Warcraft. 150. That is fucking good, right? I can do everything. I don't really have that much delay. 150 ms is barely noticeable, so it's all fun and games. If you're playing from the US to, say, for example, EU, what? You're gonna play at 60, maybe 70 ms? That's also nothing. That's like no ms whatsoever. If you're playing from Europe to NA, you're playing at the same, 60, 70 ms. Why can't you have the servers be set up in something like Greenland, for example, and just throw both NA and EU onto the exact same servers? Why can't you do that? I'm still not convinced that SOD, Classic, etc. are good for the long-term health of WoW. Seven Raven, how you doing? Yeah, I don't want servers in World of Warcraft. Like, I can kind of understand the argument that NA players don't want to play with European players because they don't want to play at 70 ms. And the same for the European players not want to play with 70 ms with NA players. But then why not at least then have 2 large servers? One EU server, one NA server. That already, I think, would solve a lot of those problems. Supervent can't even handle 100 people from the same servers. Yeah, but remember, if you're gonna have massive servers, you're obviously gonna make events cognizant of the fact that there's gonna be a lot more people in the same space. I just personally think that that's a much better approach. I don't like servers being split. I just don't. Because I think fundamentally, why? We're all playing the same World of Warcraft. The world should be persistent for all of us. Everyone should experience the world in exactly the same way. And I personally think that just makes sense, you know? Dangerous for me, the questing in Mop Remix is the most fun part of community and the bands. It's fun as fuck, but it's damn near unplayable. Um, Again, it's something that Blizzard can fix, right? It's something that Blizzard should be able to fix. And sharding is already a thing. So sharding technology will just become much more commonplace, I guess you could say. And you'd have different shards, but everyone is still playing on exactly the same servers. The reason for that is we have such a, and I know this might actually be a very me problem, but I don't necessarily think that it's just a me problem, because I think as games are becoming more and more online, more people are making friends with people from NA, making friends with people from all over the world. And the sucky thing is, if I want to play with some of my American friends, I can't. I have to buy a separate account. I have to play a separate character. I can't just play my character and play with my American friends. And then when I want to play with my EU friends, I need the exact same thing. It's just annoying. But sharding has its own issues, like doing Dragonbane or Supervent. I've sharded right at the end and missed the end of the event. Yeah, but I think, again, the sharding technology can be done much, much better, right? So I would prefer the sharding out of Classic. So I think Classic sharding works a lot better than Retails, because in Classic sharding, when you log into the game, you are placed into a shard, and then the whole game is in that shard. So it doesn't matter where you're going, you're playing on one shard, which I think is perfect, right? And the only way in Classic you switch from shards is if you're joining someone else's group and they happen to be on a different shard, then you'll join their shard. That is something that I think can be much better than what Retail has, which is sometimes very awkward. So Retail still has this problem sometimes where you see a hub, for example, that you can go collect, and then as you run towards it, it phases you out, and then suddenly the hub is gone. Like, what the fuck, bro? Because you're in a different phase as you move between areas. Phasing, really bad. Sharding, really good, in my opinion. Comes into the stream, they're going to think we're talking about shitting. Dude, if someone that doesn't play WoW comes into the stream, they're gonna think we're talking about shitting. You see, the problem is that it's not a good name. Sharding. They should have called it something else. It's just, yeah, it's one of those things. It's like the delivery service in South Africa that's called Mr. D. Not a good name, but it is what it is. South Africans know what it is, but if you were to talk to someone from another country, you'd be like, oh, just order from Mr. D. They'd go, but I was in the mood for food, but not that kind of food. But all right, thanks for thinking of me, I guess. You want to deliver this package with Mr. D? Drew. But yeah, it is sort of like, it is what it is. Sharding is not the best name, but it works. And there's always room for improvement, right? There's always room to make it better. Abra Wiggle? Exactly. Saban. Exactly. So what are all of you guys up to? What are you guys playing currently? What's the games that's keeping you guys busy? It's been a long time since I've really enjoyed WoW, and it's right now. Oh, Dangerous, yeah. I think the future for World of Warcraft, for the first time in a very long time, I think the future of World of Warcraft looks super good. It's been. Oh man. Remix, nice. I'm trying out Pathfinder, Wrath of the Righteous. I still have to finish Pathfinder Kingmaker. Not just remakes. The feeling I'm getting currently from World of Warcraft is it feels alive again. And it's been such a long time since I've been able to say that World of Warcraft feels alive to me. It feels like things are happening. It feels like there's constantly something new to get excited by. It feels like the community is finally starting to be excited by something within WoW, and it doesn't feel at all as if the community is completely split down the middle. It feels more like everyone is now super excited for the stuff that's coming, which I think is just awesome. Milo, how you doing, bro? Have you seen the Balila video on the new human branch coming in the War Within? The new light church that takes from Scarlet seems confusing. Oh, Milo, how you doing, bro? I haven't seen Balila's video. Remember, I don't watch a lot of other content creators in the WoW space, but I mean, I've spoken about the Arathians, and I have a video planned around the Arathians that will probably be coming in the next few weeks or so. Just doing a little bit more research on them, but I wouldn't say that that they're the same as the Scarlet Crusade. You have to remember the Scarlet Crusade don't actually serve the light. The Scarlet Crusade uses the light to further themselves. The Arathians, on the other hand, very different story. Very, very different story. All right, Dark Mephisto, I'm waiting for it. Epic Thulu, yeah. Under that goblin, what's his face? They all look like they had hidden guns pointed at their backs. Now they look like they can breathe and are happy again. You can actually see how the community's reaction to the things that Blizzard is doing is inspiring the Blizzard developers. I think if you're a developer, there's never been a better time than now to be a developer for World of Warcraft, because for the first time in such a long time, you finally have a community that responds positively to the things that you're excited to announce. And the reason the community is responding positively to the things that you're excited to announce is because you are actually excited to announce the things that you're announcing. Which I don't think was the case for a very long time. All right, so you have your response in Discord General. Hold up. Let me check this. Had to be brief because at my job, but yeah. In my opinion, the biggest issue with WoW are hardcore players that are forcing others to play in a proper way. All of the fixes, experiments, changes are made with go back to vanilla WoW. Basically, when someone is happy about the changes, there is a vocal minority of players playing. Wait, I'm missing stuff here. Hold up. I am missing stuff. Dark Mephisto. Okay, so you said had to be brief because I'm at my job, but yeah, okay. In my opinion, the biggest issue with WoW are hardcore players that are forcing others to play in a proper way. All of the fixes, experiments, changes are made with go back to vanilla WoW. Basically, when someone is happy about the changes, there is a vocal minority of players making playing WoW so toxic, it's just pushing casual players away from WoW. There should not only be more casual content, but we should also separate the toxic minority of players, or at least implement game mechanics that will naturally get rid of toxic behaviors. Pirate Software did describe one game that did resolve the issue of toxicity. Here is a link to the shorts about that. All right, let's see these shorts.
Max level before you could do rank.
And
what happened was, every time you beat a game, you got 1 game's worth of experience. Unless somebody voted positively on you, because you were a nice person. Then you got 2 games. And if 2 people voted on you, you got 4 games worth. And if 3 people voted on you, you got 8 games worth. And it capped at I think it was 32 games. It was really, really interesting. Now, once it capped, you started getting extra rewards. And the rewards were really good. And here's the thing. If you queued up with a friend, they couldn't vote on you. You had to find someone randomly through matchmaking, and they had to vote on you as a real vote, and it couldn't be cheesed with your friends list. Couldn't be cheesed that way. So what happened? Everyone was nice. Because if you were mean, you had to grind to max level for 10,000 years.
Okay, that's number one. Let's look at number two.
So what ended up happening with this was you were tying player power directly to being not a jerk.
Uh-huh.
I talked about this at Blizzard. They tried to implement the same system for Overwatch, but they missed the critical feature. It doesn't tie player power to it. It just tied cosmetics to it, so no one cared. Didn't work. The only way that this can possibly work is if it ties player power or player progression to not being a jerk. Because if you got all the way up to ranked, that grind was huge, unless you were nice. And then after that, if you got banned, you had to do the whole thing over again.
So, Omi, that point isn't a valid point, and the reason for it is just because it's an incredibly niche game. I don't know the game at all, right? I've never played the game. But it could be that it was niche in its approach and in the game as well. The game really just wanted to cater to a very small group of players that like that particular type of game. It doesn't mean that the system itself is bad, right? It can be a phenomenal system, but the game is incredibly niche, and therefore not a lot of players actually care for the game because it doesn't appeal to the overwhelming majority of players. But still, it's a great system that you can actually learn from and implement into your own game. Thus far, I have no problem with this system. I think specifically in World of Warcraft, this could actually help quite a lot with implementing something like this into Mythic Plus, into Mythic Dungeons, into Mythic Raids even, into Pugs specifically. This could actually solve a lot of the toxicity problems. So when you are nice and helpful, and especially since World of Warcraft is already such a social game, I feel like you could even do it just everywhere. So if you're a person that, someone asks a question in trade chat and you get, you are the one that responds and helps them out, then that player can vote on you and be like, hey, thank you so much. This guy was really helpful. And this means that if you get 10 votes per day, you get something extra, right? At the end of the day, you just get a cool little reward, maybe a cool little piece of gear, or you could even make it so that you get an increased chance of a cool piece of gear at the end of your next run. So whatever dungeon or raid you do next, you get a little bit of an extra chance to get better gear from that piece of content. So I do think this can be... There's obviously some scaling problems here, because suddenly you'll have people that just professionally sit around and help people and get fully geared out in World of Warcraft just by helping people in the main cities, right? So obviously there's some downsides to that as well. You're going to have to balance it around it. But I think all in all, this sounds like a really cool and intuitive way of removing toxicity without trying to be the parent of the game, right? Which is usually the thing that pisses me off most about these gaming companies. They're trying to play and act as if they're parents. So you get, for example, people that have been banned from World of Warcraft because they said the F word. And the only reason I'm not saying the F word is because YouTube demonetizes videos for using the F word, because apparently we're in the non-swearing phase meta of the world right now. But genuinely speaking, there were people who shared their chat logs and they showed how all they said was the F word. They weren't even being negative. I think one of the people that got banned or got suspended for 7 days was someone who said something like, F, that was close, or something to that effect. There was a couple of weeks ago on Twitter that I saw this. F, that was close. And they got banned for bad language, for swearing. And even on appeal, the ban was upheld, or the suspension was upheld, which is like, what the... We are all adults. And in WoW, you have a mature language feature setting. So if you don't want to see the F word, if it's going to hurt your little soul, you can just turn on mature language filter and you won't see the F word, right? You'll just see a bunch of stars. But this is when gaming companies become parents. Now they're sort of hovering helicopter parents over everyone, making sure that no one can make any mistakes, right? It's
So no one
wild.
wanted to get banned. Everyone was nice to each other. Out of 100+ games, I had a bad experience twice. And out of both of those times, one of them, the guy apologized. When was the last time you saw someone apologize in a MOBA?
Well, I apologized last night during my ARAM. I completely whiffed my rotation, and I ended up getting us team killed as a result of that. So I apologized profusely for just dude, I was hitting nothing but air. Like, I wasn't even doing a little bit of damage in that team fight, and I was like, I'm so sorry, guys. I was the one that was meant to lead this charge, and I completely blew it. So I'm so sorry. And everyone was cool. Everyone's like, bro, that happens. Never mind. Let's keep going. The final one.
What
Let's see.
happened to it? League of Legends happened to it. EA, being
Of course.
EA, saw that League of Legends had more market share, saw that Dawngate wasn't competitive enough yet because the community was too small so far, and killed the game. That was it.
On the
If it
vengeance.
would have been given time, it would have won.
On. I said to them, I pinged them, and I was like, we're gonna engage. We're gonna engage. I ult, completely missing everyone with the first part of the ult, and then just whiffed the ult, completely mistimed it, and it just went way past me. And then I thought, well, I can still get a knock up here. Whiffed that completely as well. And all I could say is, guys, I'm so sorry. I don't play on all that much. I am so sorry that this happened. And everyone was just like, bro, it happens when you get it. We ended up winning the game, though. So it was, it was pretty decent, though. And I managed to get all the upvotes because I was a good tank towards the end of it, though.
One. The community was growing really rapidly. EA didn't give it the time it needed. Honestly. I think that Dawngate would have been the play. People would have naturally migrated to it because League is toxic as hell. Dota is toxic as hell. And unfortunately, the MOBA market has mostly deflated because of how toxic the game mode is. EA could have saved them. And that's a weird thing to think about. It's like EA is like the light bringer for the MOBA. Which is like that's a weird thing to think about. But
to be fair, though, I can't live in a universe where EA is a good company, so I'm glad that they canceled this game. I don't want to live in that universe. But all right, Dark Mephisto, to your point, I think this is a great idea. But your point misses the fundamental point that Thor is making in these videos. The answer isn't to separate the toxic players out of your game. Because fundamentally, you have to ask yourself, first and foremost, who are the ones that decide what is and isn't toxic, right? And most people would agree that the F word isn't toxic, right? The F word is just how most people speak. If you're an adult, those are big boy words, and you're allowed to use big boy words when you're a big boy, or big girl words. It's 2024. It could be girls too. So, fundamentally, I don't think that it is... the answer is to separate the player base. The answer is to come up with gameplay ways of solving toxicity. One of those is to provide enough types of game modes to where casual players don't have to interact with hardcore players. Unfortunately, for a long time in World of Warcraft, that didn't exist. If you were a casual player in World of Warcraft, you had nothing to do except for doing the things that hardcore players were doing. And for anyone that wants to complain about this and disagree with me, Holly Longdale, the literal president of World of Warcraft, agrees with me on this. She admitted in an interview with Mr. GM that World of Warcraft does not have enough casual content, or what they like to refer to as mid-core player content. It doesn't have anything for mid-core players. So you want to make more content for those players that they can actually enjoy the game without having to interfere with the hardcore player base. But then you want to come up with ways of allowing the community to self-regulate. Okay? Because the thing with socials and the things with society in general, we self-regulate the things that we don't want to see, and we self-regulate the things that we do want to see. So we award or reward good behavior, and we punish bad behavior. Think about your own house. You know, if someone came into your house and just started smashing everything up, you would throw them out. You would be like, no, 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 get the hell out of here. But if someone came into your house and they were a really cool guest and they were really awesome, you're going to invite them again because they were really cool and really awesome. We do this all the time. The problem that everyone has is when Big Brother, either a company or a game studio or the government, wants to be the one that polices what people are allowed to say. That's where we go, no, 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 because we don't trust you to be the one to do this. Because you start pulling people out of the game that just says the F word, you know? And I'm not talking about the bad F word. I'm talking about the F you can't say anything else because YouTube. We don't want that, right? But if you provide something like this Dawngate, where people can vote for players that do a good job and players that do their jobs well and players that are nice, imagine how quickly Aleph R will actually turn into a really cool and fun game mode. If in Aleph R, the loot that you get was premised on the idea of you being voted on by the players. So if players vote for you and say, hey, this guy did really well, he really pulled his weight, he really helped us out, you get extra loot. If players downvoted you, and if players said, no, 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 we don't like this guy, then you don't get anything. Or you get a very reduced chance of this. I think fundamentally that is the answer to the toxicity in World of Warcraft, not to separate the player base even more by creating even more different types of servers that people have to play on, you know? That would be my take, at least. Manjan, how you doing, bro? Your thumbnail flags your stream may contain sexual content. I flagged the stream for that, Manjan. It's not that I flagged it for sexual content specifically. It's that I flagged it 18 plus. Jolster, by the way, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I flagged it as 18 plus because sometimes we do have conversations about sexual shit, right? So that's just one of the boxes that I also ticked on that to say, hey, you know, let's not have children come in here and I don't know, have their minds, you know, completely be toxic. Never mind then. Thought it was a mistake on Twitch. No. Echo's doing the reverse psychology clickbait strat. Oh, yeah. I want people to click on the stream thinking that they're going to get some bikini streamer. And then they're like, what the hell? This guy doesn't... I hope he doesn't wear a bikini. Echo can't control us. We talk about what we want. True. Frequently. We frequently talk about sex here. But yeah, no, fundamentally, I think that's a really cool strat. I've never even thought of that. Because personally, toxicity doesn't bother me. I don't care if people are toxic in games. I find it funny. You know, when I... Because I imagine someone losing their absolute shirt at me for just enjoying the game. I find that ridiculously funny. But I can see how for some people that shit is just upsetting and just not a fun experience at all. So I fully respect that. There's a fucking gnat or something in my room now. Why do they exist? Can someone tell me the scientific reason for gnats? I think they're called gnats. These little flying fucks. That don't do anything. They don't bite you. They don't seem to do anything of any value. But they like to fly right in front of your eyes, just like chilling. How you doing, bro? Sup, bitch? You can't fucking stop me. I hate these little assholes. Break down shit and act as food for other things. Yeah, but I think we can get rid of them, though. Food for other predators. But they can eat flies, for example. They exist only to annoy. True. I do think about toxicity as a game developer. 95% of gamers are a silent casual. You have to deal with toxicity so the casuals will be happy. You help hardcore players for PR reasons. I think you can have both. Because remember, toxicity, and this is something that a lot of people completely miss. Toxicity isn't actually a thing amongst hardcore players. So some of the least toxic people I have ever met in my life are hardcore players. I'm talking about really good hardcore players. They're not toxic at all. They're nice, right? They're really good. They just play the game and they really enjoy it. The toxic player base is what I would call the hardcore wannabes. These are the guys that they're not good enough to do all of the Mythic raids. They're not good enough to push as high as they can in Mythic Plus, but they want to be. They pretend to be. And so they are the ones that will shit on anyone that isn't doing a good job. They are the ones that will continuously come up with reasons for why they failed, and it's not their fault that they failed because it's everyone else's fault. So, yeah, it's not the hardcore player base, at least what I have found, that is toxic. So, for example, look at League of Legends. In League of Legends, at least from what I've seen, the absolute max level, so if you go to the highest level of League of Legends, the toxicity is incredibly low in most of those games. There's not a lot of people freaking out or a lot of people losing their shit in those games. But if you play like gold, silver, gold, sort of the middle of the pack ranks, bro, the toxicity is off the charts in those, because there's a lot of people, especially once you get to like gold. Bronze tends to also just be a bunch of morons that don't know how to play, right? So no one's really that toxic. Silver is still perfectly fine. It's once you get to gold, because right when you hit gold, there's a lot of guys that believe that they're better than what they are, because it's pretty easy to hit gold in League of Legends, gold rank at least. So they think that they're super good, but they're not actually that good, and that's the toxic guys. That's where the toxicity really starts to slap. Mrs. Fullbuster, how are you doing? No one else, how you doing, bro? I would say Dark Mephisto, I would say that they are really important for the success, but I would say success of video games is how capable is your game of appealing to the largest group of players. So, in other words, can it appeal to can it appeal to casuals? Can it appeal to mid-core players? And can it appeal to hardcore players? If your game has something for everyone, it's usually going to be a pretty successful game, because everyone finds some way of playing the game. And even if hardcore players is a very small minority of players, because most players just don't have the skill to really play at that level, that still, can be a million players pretty easily, right? Dangerous. Thanks for the emote spam. Appreciate that. Because also those players, what to do, their mistakes were much smaller. I'm doing good, thank you yourself. I cannot complain, Mrs. Fullbuster. I'm glad to hear you're doing well. Then you have the plat ones that think they deserve diamond, but you have the people that got boosted to diamond and refuse to play to avoid dropping ranks, because they're really plat players at most. I base my opinions on our game's internal statistics. So, Dark Mephisto, let me ask you this, right? Your game. What is the ratio for hardcore to casual and to midcore? So how many mid-core players do you have? How many hardcore players do you have? And how many casual players do you have? Well, Dangerous, it's pretty obvious that people should be subscribing to the Twitch, Why wouldn't you? Here we are, sitting, talking about bullshit that doesn't matter to anyone whatsoever. What is better to spend your money on, than, this? Based on my opinion, we're talking toxicity in League. No. We were talking about how to solve toxicity in WoW, really. Don't sub to him. It goes on Raid Shadow Legends. Dude, but that's the best place to spend your money. That game is super expensive, man. Just got here. We're talking about WoW. We're talking about specific elements of WoW. But yeah, in a sense, we are talking about WoW. I'm I'm obviously not asking you to reveal internal secrets, Dark Mephisto, just like a rough estimate of, roughly, what would you say is that? Because a game, so one of the reasons why hardcore content is super important in games, and why I don't believe that it is just a PR stunt, is a lot of people who join your game as mid-core players strive to become hardcore players. And even if they aren't good enough to be hardcore players, the reason they're playing is that constant strive to be one of the hardcore players. So that, just by its very nature, it is important to have that for the player base. Because it's something to strive towards. You know, if you have super chill games, and there are games like that, right? There are games that are just super chill. But I would say that most of those super chill games will have a very specific yet very limited audience. It's not going to grab the overwhelming majority of players. It's going to grab a very small, but very, very active and also very passionate part of the gaming community. But it's not, it's like games that are just super hardcore and just cater to hardcore. It's obviously very, very niche. The whole point of games, and specifically RPG games, is to, is to strive to be better. So you want to have that hardcore element in the game because it's something that people can strive for. Doesn't work. Just bring a bigger hammer. Already done with Mana Lords. Not done with Mana Lords. Waiting for the next big patch for Mana Lords. When have we been done with games around here? Are you new? True. We're never done. We're just always on a hiatus. I'm currently on a hiatus from Mana Lords. I will return to it because I do like Mana Lords. I do like it, but it is a game that still needs a lot of work. So I want to see what that, what the next patch brings with it. Specifically in terms of, I don't currently like the animals in Mana Lords because it's not realistic. If I have a sheep farm, for example, yes, it will provide wood, but why is it not also providing meat? You can eat sheep, and back in the day, they wouldn't have had this very specific breeding practice where the sheep only provide wool and never meat. You know, it's nowadays where we're a lot more, shall we say, specialized. So milk cows, for example, very rarely will get slaughtered for meat that will be sold to the public because they don't have a lot of fat on them. Their meat isn't quite as good. So you don't want them, you just want their milk. And sheep is the same thing. You keep certain breeds of sheep for their wool, certain breeds of sheep for their meat, and that's it. But back in the day, they would not have done that. Meet over the winter. Most of the players are people who never engage in forums, never leave a comment or a review. That I know for a fact, right? So that I'm well aware of. There was a talk about this at the game conference a few years ago where they actually said this. Only about 30% of players who play games are active online. 70% of players just play the game. They never even go to YouTube. They never go to the forums. They have no interest in that. Although I do think that is slowly starting to change. And the reason for that is more and more companies nowadays are starting to use online creators to advertise their games. And since most of the people learn about the game through the online creators, they're already online. So you might actually get games now that is far more online active than what they were in the past. got back into WoW with Mob Remix. How does a super casual tackle dungeons for the rings trinkets? I would say just sign up and do them, right? Blizzard have said that they are looking at ways of making endgame a lot more interesting and making it a bit more, easy to understand how the endgame is supposed to be approached. But yeah, I would say just do them, really. Just join in. So 1 to 3% hardcore, up to 10% midcore, rest are what we think is casuals. Well, yeah, but how many of those casuals play because they're hoping to become midcore or hoping to become hardcore? Never underestimate the power of advancement, right? Most people live their lives because they want to get better at things. Joshua, how you doing, bro? So yeah, I don't know. While I'm off to train, have fun, guys. Growfall, take care of yourself, man. Thanks so much for hanging out. Really appreciate it. Thank you, sir. What servers you on, Sifian? Wait, are there actually servers for Mop Remix? I haven't even looked. I just clicked make live remix character and then bam, here we go. I don't even think that there were servers for that. I was hardcore in vanilla. I was an MC Dwarf Pally Tank. After BC came out, I stopped hardcore. If you think it is toxic now, you've never seen... Yeah, it used to be very toxic. I just got off work playing Red Dead Redemption 2. Oh, man, what a game. What a game. Oh, so it just stays on your actual server. That makes sense. This character marked as remix. You play on regular retail realms. I still want those realms to be gone. I just want one realm, man. People are so OP in remix, I wouldn't worry about it and just do the group finder thing. And you want... Yeah, I would say that one of the things I have found in remix is very few people complain about bad damage or about anything, really. Because in almost every group that I've joined, there's usually 1 or 2 people that is almost at the point where they're one-shotting bosses or doing most of the damage anyway, so they don't really care who doesn't do a lot of damage. So I wouldn't worry too much. I think with the server you're currently on, is that EU or NA? Because I'll run some dungeons with you. I play on EU. Did you go back to my question about the crystal? Milul, what was your question about the crystal? Mr. Fullbuster, how are you unlucky? What's happening? I do like that on lower levels, you can do dungeons on heroic already. Oh, yeah. I think you can do raids on lower levels as well. Or at least LFR. You know, there's literally no limitations. You can just play the game as much as you want, which is obviously super fun. I just don't know if that would ever work in the actual game. I don't know. Did you ever consider Crystal could be Gargantuan Naru core going into its void state and song is not caused by dementias? Milul, yeah, I literally have a video about that. That video will be live. Let me just quickly see. Because it's on the channel right now, but there's so many other videos that have to be made right now. Let me just check here. So, this one, as you can see, it's already on the channel. It just needs to be made live. But the problem is I have another video for tonight that I have to make live first. So this will probably be tomorrow night. Will be this one. But yeah, no, already considered that. At the start of a dungeon for AFK damage or whatever. It was Shadowpan Monastery and hadn't done the dungeon in ages, so forgot about where the no stand zones are. Oh, that's happened to me quite a few times, Mrs. Fullbuster. I've had a few dungeons where I just completely forgot what the mechanics are. You actually get to see some of the mechanics. Bliss did a good job. Got a Monastery hardcore, times on having to wipe X numerous of times. Digit, what are you talking about? Why are you talking about Scarlet Monastery? You may have been very unlucky, Fullbuster. You may have been very unlucky because I haven't had that. I've only had really cool groups that don't really care about much of anything. But I'm sure you're still going to get that, right? There's always going to be some people that's pieces of shit that takes things more seriously than what they're supposed to. I got kicked from raid group because I asked other tank to taunt off mechanic of me. Wait, why would they kick you for that? That makes no sense. Like, maybe they're going, you should have ways of dealing with that without having to, I don't know. Dude, look, the fact of the matter is that, yes, in World of Warcraft, you will always have people that are assholes. Always. And this is what we just talked about. Where something like a ranking system will actually solve a lot of those problems. Eight minutes? Dude, what fucking server are you on? Because I wait almost half an hour to get a group. It takes so long to get groups in Mob Remix. I have to go for now. Have a nice one. Dark Mephisto, take care of yourself, man. Thanks so much for hanging out. Really appreciate you. Me and Holly literally argued over that for a whole hour yesterday. Yo, you and Holly. I rate that as Holly for some reason. I'm like, wait. You argued with the president of World of Warcraft for an hour yesterday? What the fuck? How do you have a direct line to the president of World of Warcraft? That's the same in EU Ravencrest. Q is DPS. You will sit for 25 minutes. Yeah, it takes a long time to get a group. Hero Effect, how you doing, bro? Which usually, the problem that I have with waiting so long in a group is I log on and I'm in the mood to do something. So then I sign up for the group. And then by the time the group finally fucking pops for me, I'm like, nah, I'm not in the mood anymore. I agree on Worm Race the Chord. It's an average 20-30 minutes for a dungeon. The scenarios are like 30 seconds. We definitely need, in my estimation, World of Warcraft needs more tanks. But it needs better tanking. I think one of the things that, it's a conversation that just started kicking off on Twitter yesterday. From what I can tell, game developers aren't entirely sure what tanks want. Like, in their minds, their thinking is, oh shit, Bronco fan, thanks so much for following. Really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. In their minds, tanks want to have survival and want to have that level of responsibility of having to keep the group alive and tank everything. But then, when I looked at some of the replies to Ghostcrawler's post, a lot of those replies were from tanks saying, no, I just want to be another DPS, right? I like when I can just do damage, do my rotation, and yes, I am tanking the things, but it's fun when I'm tanking the things and I'm doing DPS at the same time. That's the thing that they find most fun. So, I'm not sure if you maybe, like, if you made tanks, say, for example, in PvE, not necessarily in PvP, because in PvP that would be broken as fuck, right? But since World of Warcraft does have the separate kind of, or the separator, you could do that very easily, because PvP and PvE scales completely differently nowadays. But what if you made tanking a sort of thing where your survival abilities actually increase your damage? So if you use your survival abilities perfectly, that actually increases your damage. So your tank starts doing more damage as it takes more damage, as it absorbs more damage. Do you think that would entice more players to start picking up tanks? Because now they are just DPS. The difference is just that their DPS comes very much from taking damage. So they want to be the tank because they want to be the one taking the damage, because it actually boosts their DPS. So it becomes a different type of DPS class rather than just a pure tanking class. Because we have a problem in World of Warcraft with tanks. It takes forever to get groups. And that's because there aren't enough tanks in the game. Healers is another problem that I'm not entirely sure how to solve. But, you know, let's just focus on the tanks for now. If you doubled the amount of tanks that is in the game, you automatically half the queue times in the game, right? So your thinking should just be about how do we double the amount of tanks? And maybe how do we triple it? Because more tanks, fewer queue times. What's the answer? That's the question. Saven, yes, something to that effect, but imagine if all of your abilities scale to that, right? So by using your specific ability at the right time, the more damage that ability absorbs, the more damage you end up doing, the more your damage multiplier starts scaling with that. So using it correctly for the right blows at the right time, yes, it keeps you alive, but as a tank, you don't really give a shit about the alive portion of things. You care about the damage portion of things. So your alive, your oh shit buttons actually become DPS cooldowns. Donegoth, pretty much, right? In a lot of fighting games, defense is baked into offense. So if you time the block just right, you actually stagger the enemy, and then you get massive opportunities to attack more, right? Something like that. But imagine if that was in WoW. So if you time your block or your parry just perfectly, it actually gives you more damage. Would that be something that would entice you to play more tanks? Is doing it because they care about DPSing. The problem is if you fuck up the entire raid, wipes, and the entire raid is more than happy to point that out every single time, even when not your fault, then even if all goes well, it's either you're pulling too quick, too slow, or DPSers stop pulling. Well, this is exactly, in my opinion, and not even my opinion, from what I have seen, that does not seem to be the takeaway. Spread responsibility out. Now, how would you do that, though? How would you spread out the responsibility of tanking? More, I gotcha. I don't think I'd mind that, because we are the 90% of the silent majority, but most of the tank gameplay today is just don't be stupid, stand in the right place, and don't die. I will agree, the little tanking that I have done, I have found tanking to be quite boring. Tanking is sort of fun in raids, not as much fun in almost anything else. When you're doing normal dungeons, for example, or heroic dungeons, you basically cannot die. I mean, even if you're badly geared, dying is like almost impossible as a tank. And so you're not really doing anything. And in Mythic Plus, tanks are far more DPS heavy. Like, tanks want to do as much DPS as possible because every bit of DPS helps. So it takes on a whole different skill set almost. And you get tanks that pull some pretty decent DPS in Mythic Plus because they know how to play their class well. So I feel like, and remember, you may say to yourself, well, in Mythic Plus it's fun, or in Mythic Raiding it's fun. But in order to get to Mythic Raiding or to get to Mythic Plus, you first have to go through Normal and Heroic. And if on Normal and Heroic it is brain dead, most players who may want to get into tanking won't get into tanking because they already get put off of it in the Normal and the Heroic dungeons. So they think this is what it's always going to be, you know? So yeah, there definitely needs to be more fun. Block value and keeping threat was a thing. It isn't and hasn't been since. The problem with keeping threat was, while yes, that was a particular skill, it wasn't always a fun skill, and more specifically, some classes had better mechanics to keep skills than others. So it just automatically made certain tanks far more enjoyable than others. I don't know if bringing threat back into it is necessarily going to be a major thing, you know? Yeah, but tanking in FF14 is pretty much that. You're a DPS. You have a specific rotation that you follow. And yes, you do have your damage reduction cooldowns that allows you to take bigger hits. But even then, those damage reduction cooldowns are on top of your already existing rotation, right? And you still have to do your rotation perfectly. Final Fantasy is tanking pretty well. I think Final Fantasy does pattern tanking pretty well, but I don't know if Final Fantasy tanking can work in WoW. So Theorist, thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The thing is, remember, and I know a lot of Final Fantasy players don't like hearing this, but the fact is that in World of Warcraft and in Final Fantasy, World of Warcraft is a far more competitive game. Far more competitive. On almost every level. Yes, Final Fantasy have ultimate raids, and ultimate raids are the most difficult raids in MMOs. I agree with you. I've seen some of those ultimate raids, and they are super, super difficult. But if we're going off of the whole, World of Warcraft has more difficult content than what Final Fantasy does. And so you're almost always going to run into a problem where you have to design the game with that complexity in mind, because that complexity does exist. So I don't think I don't like directly comparing Final Fantasy to World of Warcraft. I think Final Fantasy have a lot of cool things that World of Warcraft can definitely learn from, but the way they'll implement that into WoW will have to be different because of how WoW players engage with the game, you know, and how WoW players want to play the game. So you can't just take it from Final Fantasy and put it into WoW. That will almost definitely cause a lot of problems. Holy, what did you send me? Wait, what tangent did I go on, Holy? What tangent did I go on? I can't remember going on a tangent. This is the new video, right? What tangent did I go on a lot of tangents when I make videos. This is true. This is true. I once had to stop a recording because I started talking about one thing And then I looked at the time recording and I was at like minute 22 and I was not talking about the topic of the video at all. I had gone to a completely different tangent and I was just talking about this other thing that I wanted to talk about. And I was like, well, that's not the video that I wanted to make. So I had to stop and purposefully keep away from it. How Wowchar would learn, etc. Oh, right. Yeah, I got completely sidetracked there. I remember now exactly. Yeah. I was trying to talk about how follower raids could become a thing and how your alts could learn. And then I started talking about Dragon's Dogma and how it works in Dragon's Dogma and how cool the pawn system is in Dragon's Dogma. And yeah, I did get a little sidetracked there. That's true. Because the alt system or the pawn system in Dragon's Dogma is actually super cool. It really does work awesome. So those of you, how many of you in chat would love follower raids to be a thing and for your alt to be one of the followers in the follower raid? How many of you would love that? Follow a dungeon, it was at best bleak experience. Milol, remember that it is the first time Blizzard is trying it. It will get better. Never judge a system based on its first implementation. Judge it once it's had time to cook. It'll get better, I promise you. Because other games do it and they do it incredibly well. So it'll get better. The prospects that are insane. You could fear your alts while gearing your main. You could gear your alts while gearing your main. True. Make enough alts. You can make your own raid. Never have to rely on any other people. Venderalia, since the story raids aren't going to give you the best gear, I wouldn't even care about that at all. I think that would be neat as fuck, and I'd do it, but I think I'd still want to do the raids in a group too. Well, Saven, as I already explained, right? The story raids will not give you the best gear. So you're still gonna have to do this, the proper raids if you want the gear. The story raids are literally just there to experience the story. So even for hardcore raiders that like the story of World of Warcraft, they're probably going to do the story raid because when they're hardcore raiding, they're not caring about the story. They're just skipping through it because they're raiding. Whereas once they do the story raid, they can go at their own pace, do it as often as they want, you know, really experience what the story is all about. And Blizzard could probably even add more story into the story raids because it is a story raid, right? And it's all about the story in the story raid. Now, the thing with the pawn system, specifically, and this is why I use the pawn system from Dragon's Dogma. So in Dragon's Dogma, how many of you have played Dragon's Dogma? How many of you know anything about Dragon's Dogma? I have not, okay. Not me, I'm a one-game Andy. Alright, watch Aspen play it. TR, how you doing? No, he just, know the gist of it? Alright, so in Dragon's Dogma, you make your main character, alright? And then you make a pawn. It's literally called a pawn. P-A-W-N. You make a pawn. This is an NPC character, but this is your party member. You can have 3 party members. One is one that you made, your pawn, and then 2 others you can hire from the community. So everyone's pawns can be rented by all other players, and your pawn will then play with this other player. The pawn that is rented can't level with this other player. They remain the level of the person that created them, so your pawn only levels with you, but they do come with some unique skills, and there's a whole bunch of stuff that you can do with these things. But here's what makes the pawn system in Dragon's Dogma one of the coolest systems ever, right? The pawn system, your pawns learn as you go. And what's more important, every single time you log into the game, or every single time after you've slept, your pawn will tell you that they just adventured with someone. And then sometimes they'll tell you they fought a specific creature that you've never fought. And they've learnt a new tactic for those creatures. I'll give you guys an example. I was fighting this giant Yeti Cyclops beast thing in Dragon's Dogma. This is the first time I've ever played Dragon's Dogma, so I have no idea what I'm doing. And this thing is hard, bro. The aiming is hard. The whole game. I'm so new to everything. And I'm not paying attention to everything. Then I get to my second Cyclops that I'm fighting, and my pawn, when I woke up, my pawn told me that they fought a Cyclops with some player, and the player sent me a gift along with my pawn to say thank you for using the pawn. And so I go to another fight against the Cyclops. But I see my pawn doing something that I've never seen before. My pawn is jumping on the back of the Cyclops. But my pawn doesn't know what it's doing on the back of the Cyclops. So it just jumps on the back of the Cyclops and then just hangs there until its stamina runs out and then it falls down. I'm like, what the my pawn is broken? The AI is shit. Why is this pawn not attacking the Cyclops? So I didn't know you could jump on the back of the Cyclops. So I decide to do it. And then someone in chat told me, climb to the top and start hitting it in the head. So I finally jump on the back of the Cyclops, climb to the top, and I start shooting it in the head. Guess what my pawn does next? It jumps on the back of the Cyclops, climbs to the top, and starts stabbing the Cyclops in the head, because the pawn learns from you. So as you do certain things, the pawn learns from what you're doing. And that was just like, bro, holy crap. This is insane. And your pawn learns from other people doing it as well. So imagine that system coming to World of Warcraft, where you can play your alt, and now you take your alt into a dungeon, and you tank the ads in a way that the ads are facing away from the group, and you're using your abilities in the right way. And then your alt, when it goes to follower raids and dungeons, learns from what you've done. So it uses its abilities in the same way. It uses its cooldowns in the same way. It tanks in the same way. It taunts in the same way. So when you start your follower raids, your alts are stupid, right? They don't know what the hell they're doing. But as you progress and as you teach your alts how to play the game, they actually get better at doing it, and eventually you create a little elite force of alts that just take down pretty much everything in their path because they're really good at doing it. That could be a really fun feature in WoW, no? Strauss, again, remember, in story and follower raids and dungeons, you're not getting that much gear, and you're not getting gear that is the best, so if you were worried about farmers using this negatively, it wouldn't really make much of a difference, right? I mean, it is ambitious, but it doesn't mean that it can't be done. All your pawns standing in fire would be wild if Blizzard could pull that off with warbands, but Echo doesn't that take out the fact that it is an MMO and ruin the community experience? No, it does not. Because in every game, games adhere and appeal to archetypes. Okay? Basically, when you're playing a video game, if you're a guy, you want to be the savior. You want to be the hero. You want to be the one that saves the princess, right? The damsel in distress archetype. You want to be the butcher, or whatever the case may be, right? But you have an archetype that you care about, and that's why you're playing the game. That's why different people play games in different ways. One of the core archetypes of fantasy is the lone warrior archetype. It's an archetype that exists in fantasy. The dude that, works better on his own, doesn't want to team up with anyone, is just, a badass. And if you're going to make a holistic fantasy experience, that archetype can't be overlooked. it is not wrong for people to want to play the game solo. Now, can you give people solo the access to all of the best gear in the game? No, because that wouldn't be fair. But you should still provide them with solo experiences. And then allow for players that care more about being one of the soldiers, or for one of the people that care more about, being a badass, to be able to do the more hardcore group-focused content, while those who want to be more solo players, like myself, for example, can still play the game and have fun with it. The pawn system sounds excellent. I love when games have systems that make the game richer in content. I like the Nemesis system in Shadows. Shadow of War. Yeah, I've never played Shadow of War, but I've always heard that it's a pretty cool system, that. Do you remember the Legion class hall followers, or even from your garrison? How lit would it be to hire these as your dungeon followers? Well, you could also do that, right? But I would prefer my alts. Like, if I could see my paladin being my tank, or my druid being my tank, that would be cool as shit. I'd love to see a mage tower level of difficulty. Way to get up solo. Citrus, I do not disagree with you. It's one of the things I asked in my video about this new follower dungeon thing, which I'm not sure how players will feel about it, but I would not mind a difficulty scaling for solo raids. So yes, I know it's called story mode, and I know it's all about the story. But what is stopping them from adding a scaling factor to it? So you can make it harder, and you can sort of, make it a bit more of a challenging piece of content. Why can't you do that? It would still be super fun, and I would love that, because I am fundamentally a person that likes playing alone. Paranoid, how you doing? How's life been? I'm fundamentally a player that really loves playing solo. I don't really play with a lot of other people, but I like challenges. So I like games that are difficult. And I think something like that being implemented into World of Warcraft, where you can do solo raids, but you can also scale in difficulty, I would play so many raids. Paranoid, how's life been? Have you played any Senua's Saga? I saw yesterday on your Instagram story you were gearing up to play Senua Saga. Peachy, I hope you're good. I can't complain, Paranoid. Life's good. I miss me own, bro. Who the hell's me own? Does raids really well, equally as difficult in a group as solo? I just don't know if I would... Do you get the same gear solo as you get group? Carrying On Tonight? Wow, what a stunning movie. Yeah, but did you play 1? Did you play Senua's Sacrifice? Yeah, if you played 1, 2 is... The puzzles aren't as good. Wouldn't care. I just want to have fun. The drop rates are a little different. See, I don't know if I would say that's good for WoW. I don't think solo content should give the same gear as group content, because group content will always be infinitely harder because it's group, right? So you have to get 19 other people together, and 19 people have to work together. So it's always going to be a problem, right? One, yes, still love it though. Very cinematic. It's nice for a change. I'll probably finish it, but I'll most likely do it off stream. Because I can see it being a game that I would enjoy just sort of going through. But as a stream game, 1 was more fun because the puzzles were a lot more challenging. I still need to play. Did you ever play Plague's Tale? Pixie? Because if you like Senua's Sacrifice and Senua's Saga, Plague's Tale is fucking lit. Did the voices start getting to you too? The voices are... I wouldn't say they started getting to me. I'll say the voices made me very anxious. Not in an anxiety sort of way, but in a way where you're constantly tensed. And eventually you just get a little drained as a result of it. You're like, oh, I can't. I need a break. I can't keep doing this because you're constantly tensed. There's this constant tensing up of everything. It's just, yeah, they do actually. Boy Priest Simulator, pretty much. It's called Plague's Tale Innocence, and then the new one is called Plague's Tale Requiem. Phenomenal games. Also very much about the story. Also short, pretty much like Senua or Hellblade. I think it takes like... it's also on the Game Pass, just FYI. But yeah, it's like 12-hour games, but really, really good. Like, the story is phenomenal. The gameplay is phenomenal. It's a very fun game to stream because it is very much the same kind of cinematic experience. They keep rushing you. Bro, who plays horror games? I'm too old for that shit. I would die. I don't play horror games, bro. What are you talking about? Famously, I don't play horror games. How many times have you guys said to me, oh, you should play this game? I'm like, no, that looks scary. I'm not playing that. Biggest vape I've ever seen. I've seen bigger, but thanks. What do you think about The Calling? I thought it was a really good book. I think it granted a lot of insight into Anduin's mindset. And I think it sort of started to help make a little bit more sense of why Anduin has secluded himself and why Anduin was so afraid to reintroduce himself to society. So I think The Calling was really, really good. I just finished reading it. Actually, I finished reading it last night, and the video is up of that. So for those of you that maybe are too lazy or just want to get a really good, I think, really good Audible experience, it's on the channel. So you can go listen to that if you want. Don't do horror either. The scares make my chest hurt. Yeah, I can't. It's not the scares so much, it's the tension. I don't want to play games where my fucking hands are sweating while I'm playing. I don't watch scary movies for the same reason. I want to play games and watch movies because I want to enjoy myself. Joseph, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you. If Akko ever wants to play a horror game, all he has to do is look into a mirror. Whoa. Alright, fuck it. In case my feelings don't matter at all, yeah, it's fine. Yeah, that hurt my feelings, but it's cool. Don't worry about it, We'll just keep going with that. I don't even watch scary movies nowadays. So you don't like Halloween, like escape rooms? No. No. I escalated quickly. Have you seen the Barbarian movie? What Barbarian movie? No, Pixie, I do not treat my viewers to anything. You just heard what they fucking say to me. Like, just full-blown, who gives a fuck about his feelings? He's not human, he can deal with it. Insults from chat. Me and chat have an incredibly love-hate relationship, insofar as I love to hate them. This is not a friendly environment here. This is more of an antagonistic one. I start every stream thinking, right, how am I fucking them up today? And they join every stream thinking, like, how are we fucking them up today? So, it's fun, Everyone gets to let off a little bit of steam. It's all good. It's very toxic, yes. If this was an actual relationship between two people, this would be the poster child for how not to be in a relationship, most definitely. Like friends roasting each other, how I go about it. Mine always tell me whose mom or gran I look like. I mean, you look 21 though. Like, you look very young. So, how does that work? I'm excited for what the fuck are you guys talking about? The Barbarian, Terrifier 3. You know what movies like that sound like when people say The Barbarian? Or people say things like Terrifier 3. It sounds like low budget B rated films. Wait, why is King Julian banned again? Can I just get, because he's DM'd me. I haven't responded to the DMs yet. But he's pretty upset at the fact that you guys banned him. So why is he banned? Like, can I just... Yeah, well, I don't know how many times he's been banned, but he is banned at the minute. I don't know why, though. The mods have not informed me of that. The first act is pretty good. Atmospheric, nuanced, interesting, decent acting, especially from Skarsgård. I did have to really suspend my disbelief a lot to allow the film to move forward, though. Double booked Airbnb, no hotel rooms available. The main character had done no research on the area before arriving, really. The second act started well and was announced. What the fuck is this guy talking about? This sounds like every holiday I've ever been on. That's me. That's 100% me. I don't do any research whatsoever. I like just getting in my car and going away. I mean, what happens will happen. You know, we'll see what fucking happens. Maybe I'll live in my car. Maybe I'll sleep in a hotel. Who knows? You know, anything can happen. The second act started well and was enhanced because of the event of the first. It works because it sets the audience up in a position where we have more knowledge than the newly introduced characters. It had attention, and I was interested in what direction they would take the story. I like the way the first two acts played with the personalities, backgrounds, and of the male leads, hinting and leaning into social stereotypes, but leaving a few clues to the real intentions. It works quite well. I may be crediting the writers too much here, but I think I get the underlying message of this film, but it just gets lost by the end. The longer the film goes on, and it does feel a bit overlong, the more ridiculous it gets. It feels like it's written by two different people, or they spent so much time on the first half of the movie, they had to rush the rest. There are some truly stupid moments that are more almost farcical comedy. All the tension drained out of the film, and it just became a series of ridiculous scenes strung together. Events are telegraphed way ahead of time, all the nuance is gone. It's so disappointing that something so creepy and initially interesting can go so wrong. Ignore the stupid decisions made by the main character in the first act. I would have scored it a 7. The acting is good, the direction is solid, but the story just drags it down so much by the end. I can only give it a 4. Wow. Paranoid Pixie, thanks for the 100 bits. Really appreciate that. Gotta go. I'm waiting for my sushi and it's ready. Pixie is triggering me. She ordered sushi. Pixie, in the future, you and I shall have a chat about the sushi thing that you're doing. I have very strong feelings about sushi, but I still appreciate the 100 bits. Thank you so much. Enjoy your sushi. Even though I think you would have been happier with pizza, but we'll just leave it at that for now. Sushi is not fucking amazing. Sushi is just raw fish and rice, bro. Amazing is pizza. Amazing is a bacon and cheese burger. Amazing is a beautiful, juicy steak. Fucking raw fish and rice. No. People eat that shit because they want to be fancy. That is it. I'm sorry. No. No. Just give me pizza, bro. I fucking loathe sushi. I don't ever order sushi. Every single time I've had sushi, it's been underwhelming as fuck. I'm just like, this is just raw fish and rice. I don't care for anything here. I eat it twice a week. Oh, man, I can't. I like Chinese food. Don't get me wrong. I love going to... I have a new Chinese place here right around the corner from me. And the dude that owns it have had phenomenal conversations about the Chinese government and some disagreements. Because he tried to tell me that the Chinese government isn't as bad. And then we had a massive fucking conversation about that. To which he eventually agreed that some of the things they do is a little... not great, but never mind. We get along quite well, right? So I love going there, and then we'll have like, I'll order something like a mixed chow mein, or even like a beef chow mein is really good. But he's asked me before, would you like some sushi? And I'm always like, nah, I'm good, fam. You keep your fucking sushi to yourself. You need to find a better sushi spot, or people just need to realize that sushi is not as good as pizza. Dude, do you have any idea how many Asian restaurants there are in South Africa? Trust me. If, like, there's actual places that sell, from what I've heard, incredible sushi, deep fried sushi and all that shit. I will still argue that pizza is better. And no one can actually disagree. Pizza is the perfect food, bro. It's the perfect food. Nothing is better than pizza. Nothing. So I don't know why you would order sushi when you can order pizza. No, Pixie has to enjoy her sushi, but I feel that it is my responsibility as a human being that wants the best for other human beings to speak up about the sushi fucking pandemic. Because it is a pandemic. It's not good for us. You should not be eating that. And I'm being very facetious when I say that. My sushi in your Discord. Go for it, Paranoid. You're more than welcome to do so. Pizza versus sushi debate needs to happen. It's not a debate. It's immediately pizza. Dude, I will take, and this is not a pizza that I ever order, but I would rather have a mushroom pizza, just mushrooms on it, before I have sushi. Because it's still better, you know? Joshua, no, don't get me wrong. I do love barbecue. I'm a massive fan of barbecue. It's one of my favorite. Fuck, man. It's what I eat 6 days a week, right? I only eat meat 6 days a week. 1 day a week, though, that's my cheat day on a Saturday. I have pizza. And I've had pizza for the last 2 months, 1 day a week. Every single Saturday comes up, and then I think, oh, I could eat literally anything today. What will I eat? Pizza. Because, fucking bro. Oh, man. Pixie, next time you and the hubby comes to Cape Town, make your way to Gordon's Bay, right? And then go to a place called Pizza Familia. It's a pizza place in Gordon's Bay. Mwah. Some of the best pizza. If you want more classic Italian pizza, there's a place in Somerset West that sells phenomenal pizza also. They're a little bit more expensive, but also super good. They're just too far away from me to go there consistently. But yeah, have fun with the sushi. Pixie, take care of yourself. Thanks for dropping in. Venison backstrap fresh, sliced thin, salt and pepper fried in cast pan with butter. That is best. You're in MN. What the fuck is MN? But generally, yes, pizza is best. Okay, if you can eat puppy, you can eat sushi. Puppy. The fuck? What's puppy? Oh, Minnesota. All right. So what are we going to do about King Julian? Akko, you skipped that. I don't know what King Julian did. What did King Julian do that is pissing off the mod so much? You wrote PU55Y. How the fuck does that spell anything other than puppy? I mean, the 5 shouldn't be there, but that's still puppy. What else am I supposed to read there? New enchanted gear? Probably spamming same thing all the time. I was SS, you silly goose. Why don't you just write SS, you fucking asshole? Akko, if you can eat pussy, you can eat sushi. Bro, that is so not the fucking same, though. That is so not the same. Pussy is a delicacy. No, Julian probably said the truth. Attacking other chatters, repeated attacks, even though timed out multiple times, arguing and being abusive to mods, ignoring warnings from mods. He threatened to track me down and beat my head in with a club a while ago, and now repeated ban evasion and messaging to mods from different accounts. Well, he's desperately trying to get back into chat. Right, King Julian, if you are watching, do a ban request or an unban request, and I'll check it out, and we can decide as chat together what you've done. No, if he actually made threats, then yes. Okay, keep this as hard as a Warhammer fan on Fem Stories. Oh shit. Abaddon feels very strongly about King Julian not getting his way back into chat. I mean, we don't ban easily, so I'd assume that the mods had a pretty decent reason for banning him, because anyone who's been a part of this chat knows we barely, if ever, ban someone. You have to be a real dickhead for people to, or for you to get banned. It's kind of hard to get banned in Akko's chat. Yeah, I don't like banning people. I definitely don't like banning people, but I'm trying to see here. Man, King Julian is changing. He's changed his name so much that finding his fucking chat logs is impossible. He just keeps changing his fucking name. Gonna see if I can find it here. It looks like he may have actually removed his original account. Most famous and infamous Akko Chatter Pod 1. He doesn't even realize if he used a different name, he wouldn't know. I mean, I don't mind people being assholes. But he's been a bit of a dickhead for a while now. So personally speaking, I can see why the mods got rid of him. So it is what it is. Fuck it. I don't care. It's all good. Country track via identical IP. Not with Twitch mod tools, no. No. If you want to do with Twitch mod tools, you have to have their actual name in chat in order to find it. That's why he can do a fucking unban request if he really feels like what we've done isn't fair to him. Oh shit. Wait, speaking of unban requests, so he did do an unban request, but the reason this unban request will get him nowhere is because he didn't do the unban request on, like, there you go, right? But he decided to do it on a brand new account. So he didn't do the unban request on an account that is, like, I can't check his chat logs on this one, which I guess is probably a smart way to do it. But let's just see here. Because I have learned my lesson, and I swear on my life I truly have learned, and I promise never to argue with mods again or question them. And if they tell me to stop, I will. I like Akko's content so much for this to be the way it ends. Please give me one more final chance on this and my main account, and if I cross the line, I will personally disappear myself for good and never come back. So please give me one last chance. I'm willing to do anything to prove I'm serious, so please unban me. King Julian, if you are watching, do the unban request on your main account so I can see your chat logs. so that I can see exactly why you were banned. So this will be a deny. There we go. What are you concerned about? Ooh, that's embarrassing. I mean, it's fine. I just want him to do it on his main account. I want to know why he was banned, basically. What does personally disappear myself mean? No. King Julian won't do that. I think he just means he'll leave chat alone and he won't pop back in. The only channel that is willing to actually consider letting him back in. It is what it is. Just watch the stream on a new account or just go onto the internet, like use the browser. You can still watch the stream. He's made 8 accounts today to ban Evade. The way Avedon is talking, his main account might be banned from Twitch. No, I don't think. So the thing is, King Julian likes to make a lot of jokes, right? And he likes to be a little bit annoying. Insofar as he tries to be a troll. I think the problem is just that he doesn't know where to draw the line sometimes, and that's the problem, right? I don't think he's actually trying to be a massive dickhead to people or actually trying to be like a proper asshole, but there's a limit to how much trolling is allowed, right? Eventually that trolling just gets to people and people are like, bro, what the fuck? Can't do this anymore. Because his trolling is also not good trolling. It's basically just to piss people off. Doing games win stupid prizes. True. In my opinion, he made personal threats. Seems unhinged. Shouldn't be allowed back. Massey, but I want to see the personal threats, right? Because if they're clearly jokes, I'm not going to take that serious, right? If it's clearly just like a chest beating, jokey thing, then I don't have a problem with that. Do whatever the fuck, right? I will only mind personal threats if it's like actually a proper one. Frankly, true. I still want to see his chat logs, even if it is just for the lols. Don't call. There's one creator that you guys. Actually, no. Don't call creators' names in my chat, please. Like it puts me in a very awkward position because I'm friends with Pyro, right? But I want people to have the freedom to say whatever the fuck they want. But when you call content creators' names in my chat, it means that I now have to fucking act on that. And I don't want to. Because you can feel however you want about Pyro. It's your choice, right? It's your life. You can do whatever the fuck you want with it. But I do ask that if you are in chat, don't insult creators. Go to the forums and write a bad review about the creator if you want. Bro, the only time I had someone do something like this was in Mr. Paria when it was current. Someone literally leaked my personal email and my phone number to trade chat after I won Ashes of Alar. This dude was a friend for over 2 expansions and he lost his mind when he didn't win. They go absolutely unhinged. Some people on the internet are crazy as fuck, but it's hilarious. Dude, that's rough. Over a mount. Holy shit. Even Tali, don't call names just to be safe. Well, the thing is, okay, so if you are going to call a creator names, especially in chat, that creator isn't here to defend themselves, right? So why are you doing it? If the creator was in, so if, for example, Pyro dropped into chat and you wrote to him, hey, you're a pussy, great. He can fucking go at you and he can tell you to go suck a dick or whatever, right? You guys can have a nice little fight right here in chat. I don't care, right? I couldn't give 2 shits. I'll read everyone else's chats. But if he's not there, and if another creator isn't here, and you're bad-mouthing that creator, that's not really fair, right? And I don't want my community, because I don't hold grudges, just to be clear. I'm not the kind of guy that holds grudges against anyone, so even if someone like Taliesin were to come up to me and say, bro, I'm really sorry about the stuff that happened, I'm really sorry about how it happened. Can we bury the hatchet? I'd be like, yeah, sure, bro. No problem. It's all good, right? It's forgotten as far as I'm concerned. Because I'm not, even in real life, I'm not someone that holds grudges for... I'll get angry, and then like 5 minutes later, I'll be like, fuck, this is too much work. So, yeah, I don't want to turn this chat into a whole late badmouth. Because, again, there are many people in chat. I don't know how many people are in chat, but there are people in chat, right? And maybe some are fans, some are not. And people don't want to hear, their creators being badmouthed. She says, no, there I have no problem. If you want to say something that a creator does that pisses you off, go for it. I'm just asking, don't call them names. Z-Vengeance, if you feel that Blizzard deserves being shit-talked, sure. I just don't know what you would shit-talk Blizzard about right now. Yeah, companies are a go. You can shit-talk them as much as you want. I could care less. Well, yeah, I think I can proudly say this. I think we're one of the most pro free speech chats on Twitch. I allow people to say a lot of things, right? And I never really ban anyone for saying shit. But there's obviously always limitations, right? Unless you slag off the British. Let's be very real here. The British are done. Dude, your empire has ended. Like, seriously. You guys need to calm the fuck down. Like, get rid of that arrogance. You no longer have an empire. No one really cares about England anymore. You guys are done. You were done the day America broke away. I would ban you so hard right now if I could. We whooped the British America. Lol. We sent you packing. Their island is... all of the Americans proudly go, yeah, fuck them British. We sent them home spanking, giving them a good old spanking on the way out. I shouldn't joke about that. A lot of my friends are actually from England. But it is what it is. Your overlord belongs in a care home? Who? My overlord? Or America's overlord? All right, Biden. But I don't think any American is really going to defend Biden at this point. I don't think you have to worry about that. Even with Biden, though, they'll still fuck up England. Even with Biden at the helm, America would still piss on England. So you guys need to be calm, careful, and just, I don't know, bow to your masters. Why can't I ban the streamer? It's just how it worked out. Imagine having to choose between Biden and Trump. Dude, name a country that has better choices. Needs to go to be honest. I'd pay to see Biden v. Trump trash talking debate. How would they trash talk? We've seen that happen in the first debate. Trump would say things about Biden that's mean, and Biden would not even know that Trump was speaking, so... There's no trash talking in those debates. It's just, it is what it is. Hiking the mountains, upstate Hudson River, New York, looking at the near West Point, knowing that George Washington camped out there and attacked the British on Christmas Day is extremely patriotic. Man, that actually does sound cool. Every debate is trash talk debate with Trump. That's why I love him, best president of my lifetime. I don't know. I don't love any presidents. All I've ever said, and I stand by this, is the dude's funny. And if you're gonna have a president that basically does nothing but fuck you in the ass, why not have a funny one? That's all I'll say. You know? The thing that pisses me off in South Africa is my president fucks me in the ass every day as well, but he's not funny. So it's not even that I get to have a good laugh at stuff that he says. Jeremy Clarkson, the PM. Oh, dude. Unironically, have you guys watched the new season of Clarkson's Farm? That might be the funniest show on the internet. Clarkson's Farm is just a ridiculous... It is so ridiculous, bro. That guy never has a plan. He has so many ideas, but never a plan. He just does things, and then you go, bro, have you not been down this road before? Like, why aren't you at least asking if you could do this? It is really good. But does it make anyone else feel like that would actually unironically be a good life? Like, I watch that shit and I think to myself, man, that would actually be a good life. Waking up every day and just farming, you know, just because you can actually see the difference your work is doing, you know, the difference your work is making. I'd love a homestead. He made £12 first year. Something like that, right? Overwatch, so I don't know what that is about. I really like the Signmen. They're really funny. Yeah, I mean, the farm isn't profitable. That's true. But I'm not even thinking about that, Abaddon, because you could obviously have a farm that is a lot more profitable, right? He just happens to not have a very profitable farm because he's doing everything for comedy. But I would still like to farm. And what's funny about that is I don't even like living on a farm. But if I could live on a farm that has super fast internet, so it has fiber, and there's no spiders on the farm, I would 100% live on that farm. Is Europe in general killing farming? Wait, what makes you ask that? When did Europe kill farming? So you want to live here? Strauss, where's here? America has spiders. I've seen your fucking spiders. Do you want to live in a farm in London? Could find you a well-paying job? No. No. Being self-sustaining is what appeals to me. Because there was a bunch of farmer protests recently. European environmental rules are detrimental to small farmers. Yeah, I mean, in that, yeah, probably. Although I don't know enough about this to know, and I can't speak on this. I know not enough about the farmer protests. I know the farmers are unhappy, but I don't know about what. Farmers are doing pretty well here in South Africa, though. Like, if you want to be rich, farming is the way to go. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, man. There's so much drama on the internet right now. And the problem is that I don't know. There's too much drama. I can't keep up with all the drama. Oh shit, wait, what the fuck is this? Hold up, chat. Hold up, here we go.
Well, everyone.
So this video is, I asked game devs how to fix Starfield.
Well, Well, everyone, I am bored, and it's Friday when I'm filming this, so we're going to talk about the one and only Starfield, and in order to do that, I'm going to light our almighty Todd Howard candle so he can watch over us and protect us from sweet little lies, since he is the patron saint of such a thing as that. Seriously, I kind of hope that one day Todd Howard sees one of my videos and he's just like, what the hell, dude? He's like, why do you have a candle of me? Why do you have a cardboard cutout of me?
He'd probably like it.
Funny, Todd. That's why. Anyway, I've been really interested in Starfield as a phenomenon because it represents sort of a crashing and burning of a lot of people's hype. It represents a lot of...
Dude, Starfield had so much potential. So I get it. I myself have gone back to Starfield very recently, hoping that with all the new changes, the game might be a little better. Spoiler alert, it's not better. It's still the same exact problems as it has been from day one. And what pisses me off is I'm such a fan of space games. And I can't get into this fucking game.
Failed expectations.
You're going to wait forever, CCS. The mods have given up on working on this game. The modders have given up. You had a guy that did a lot of work to fix Skyrim, and everyone was sort of hoping that this guy was going to fix Starfield. And this guy came out and said, no fucking point. No point. It's not possible. So, yeah, the modders are not fixing this game. They've given up too. It's too much.
It represents a lot of disappointment just for a lot of people. And I've been really curious as to whether or not this can actually be fixed. I mean, there's obvious things like the lack of city maps and stuff like that that is probably fixable with a future patch or something. But the big stuff, like the constant loading screens, the small fish bowls, the constantly repeated environments and encounters, can that stuff be altered? Can that stuff be remedied? Can that be patched out? Well, to find out, I asked a bunch of developers, both inside the gaming industry and out, a bunch of software engineers and modders who have worked on the creation engine. And they told me the answer. And the answer is no, it can't be fixed. So
that's a quick video
for today.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. That was really quick. It's what I thought, to be fair. Good video. Really good video.
For watching. I'll see you in the next video. Okay, my corporate overlords are telling me that I have to extend the runtime of this video a little bit longer, so that's what I'm going to do, and I'm going to tell you a little bit more about what they said, how this little survey worked, and give you the deets. It's actually quite simple. I reached out to a bunch of game developers that I know of and that I've spoken.
Dude, this space fighting is so bad in this game. It is so bad. So dodging things like bullets and things flying at you is basically impossible. You can't really dodge things. Not really. To some extent, but it's basically just flying around and hoping that they don't hit you, which they do usually. So you just spend a whole bunch of things just repairing the hull the whole time, because that's basically the only counterplay to doing damage. And there's no real satisfaction in terms of being able to target specific systems. Like even something as silly as a VAT system would probably have been pretty decent. So you could maybe target their drive core or, target their shields. It's just, it feels like it was put into the game and they just went, let's do the least amount possible. Let's not put too much effort into any of this.
To in years past. I also sent the survey to some modders that I know, and I also opened this survey publicly to anybody who wanted to fill it out. However, I did request for verifying information so I could make sure that they actually were who they said they were. Of course, all of this is being kept confidential. I'm not going to reveal names or jobs or anything like that of anybody who participated in the survey, since anonymity was kind of like the thing with this. But I can confirm that when all was said and done, I had 9 90 people that I was able to confirm actually were who they said they were, worked in the gaming industry, or as software engineers outside of the gaming industry, or were verified modders. And those people make up all of the responses that we're going to talk about today. 90 people isn't a ton, but this is 90 people who know their stuff who are talking about this, which is 90 times more credibility than I have when discussing issues of software engineering. So yeah, I am still going to take it. One of the first questions I asked everybody was how they would rate Bethesda Game Studios as a developer in 2024. And the responses were a little less amazing than I was expecting. I mean,
why? When's the last time Bethesda Game Studios have made a good game?
Everything averaged out to about a 5 out of 10, floating between 4s and 6s mostly. I think that represents the general feeling a lot of people have. I think if you were to ask this question 5 years ago or 10 years ago, the answers would have been much, much different. But because you're asking in the context of 2024 after Starfield, there's a lot of disappointment and frustration in the broader gaming community right now. And even among...
I wouldn't just say after Starfield, because you have to go back to Fallout 76. Now, is Fallout 76 much better now than it was at launch? Yes. Is it the Fallout experience that Fallout veterans wanted from Fallout 76? Absolutely no. Absolutely not the case. It is a much watered down experience from the Fallout experience that people want to get. A good example of this would be, I've played, as I've told you guys in the past, a little bit of Fallout 4. I've even dabbled a little in Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas. And one of the key things in those games are, it's about that lone warrior. It's just you in the world, and the world is pretty damaged. Fallout 76 does not offer that, because you constantly see players running around you, you constantly hear players around you, and basically you have unlimited ammo, you have unlimited resources, which is one of the key things in Fallout, in the Fallout universe, is you don't have that unlimited stuff, right? Life is very much about scavenging. So unless you can find some kind of military base that wasn't completely looted before, you're going to have a hard time, getting all of the bullets until much later into the game when you can finally start making your own stuff and stuff like that. So I think it's the case that over the last 5 years, Bethesda's track record has them presiding over the worst Fallout launch in the history of Fallout 76, because it was really bad when it first came out, and now Starfield. And Starfield is even worse than Fallout 76, if such a thing was even possible. At the time, Fallout 76 was actually called the worst game ever.
People that work in this industry, they're not that impressed. I also asked them what they thought of Starfield on a technical level, and this also was not that forgiving. Everybody landed at about a 4 or a 5.
I want to know who the fuck gave it a 10. I would have instantly, on this one, just completely disregarded the 4 people that say 10. I'd be like, yeah, you guys are out of this, because clearly you don't know what you're talking about. On a technical level, you want to give it a 10. Are you serious? When the game came out last year, and it feels less as like a space sim than Mass Effect, which launched, more than a decade ago. And Mass Effect wasn't supposed to be a space sim. It was supposed to be more like a space opera kind of game. And it actually feels like you're in space when you're playing Mass Effect. So I don't know what the hell, a 10?
On average. And it's pretty clear that software engineers and people that work in game development in general, at least the ones that responded to this survey, are not very impressed with Starfield whatsoever, even though it was trying to do something really different, really novel in terms of simulations and in terms of broad scope, 1,000 planets and all.
But it didn't do anything new and unexplored. Because there's another game that I know a lot of people talk about that does exactly what Starfield did, but better. No Man's Sky. So, yeah, it's not that Bethesda. What did Bethesda do that was new? They didn't even get the No Man's Sky right. Like they couldn't even copy No Man's Sky.
All of this procedural stuff, it just was not that impressive to people that actually work in this industry, which again I thought was interesting.
Yeah, but remember, No Man's Sky launched horribly because it wasn't the game that was promised, right? Starfield has, in my opinion, much deeper problems. Because not only did it not launch as the game that was promised, it also has no ability to ever be the game that was promised because it's made on an engine that cannot make what was promised. And specifically, before you think, but they can fix the engine, they won't, because they've already announced that they'll never be making another game on the Creation Engine. They're now moving over to Unreal Engine 5. What a fucking nightmare that's going to be, because Unreal Engine 5, almost all games that launch on Unreal Engine 5 is just massively unplayable because of optimization problems, but never mind that. So you're not going to spend millions of dollars fixing the Creation Engine when you're never going to use it again.
This was also interesting. Overwhelmingly, people considered the Creation Engine to be significantly inferior to other engines that they were familiar with, and individual responses we'll get into in a little bit were quite damning, especially among people who used to work with Creation Engine a lot, either because they used to work at Bethesda Game Studios or an adjacent company, or because they were modders who then went on to work with other engines elsewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Overwhelmingly, people do not have a lot of good things to say about it after they've tried something else. Once they've tasted the forbidden fruit, they find it extremely wanting. Now, when I asked everybody whether they thought that Starfield's problems could be patched or solved through updates, just under 68% of respondents straight up said no. 15.6 said that yes, they think that these problems could be solved, and all of these other responses are individual counters that have answers that are a little bit more elaborate, but most of them still fall into the no category. Could, but won't, stuff like that. But this brings us to the crux of the question, which is whether or not the problems we're discussing can actually be fixed. What are the problems, though?
Okay.
Well, I did ask them that, and this was sort of all over the place. A lot of people agreed that issues such as constant load screens, performance, traversal, NPC AI, all of those things.
Well, the constant load screens is its biggest problem to me because it doesn't make you feel like you're actually playing a game that has a unifying story. So if you look, for example, at Mass Effect tried to cheat the traveling system by actually showing you a bit of a cutscene of you going through the portals, going through those giant, now I can't remember what they're called again, fucking spaced out on that. You know, it would show you a cinematic, and that would be the loading screen. It's a way to cheat loading screens. Starfield didn't even do that, right? It didn't even use the elevator cheat, as it's known in gaming, for those of you that didn't know. Elevator cheat, if you want to load the game, but you don't want a loading screen, you have an elevator. Someone gets into the elevator goes up and down. It's technically loading the game, right? Because you're in the elevator. So that's that's one of the problems. Like, I don't know why they thought that this shouldn't be. Why not just have those loading screens?
Were issues within the game, but by my count, well over 95% of the responses and answers all tie back into technical restrictions that are imposed by the tool set that Bethesda is using, which is the Creation Engine, which we've been through a lot. Now, a lot of these responses were really interesting, and I had a lot of fun reading through all of these. And again, thank you to everybody who participated in this. And while some of them bring up really good points, such as the fact that it's not as simple as just pointing to one thing and saying, oh, it's because of the Creation Engine that Starfield has problems. It's not that simple. There's a lot more going on. But there are still core strengths and core weaknesses with the creation engine and the toolset Bethesda's using that are specifically weak when it comes to a game like Starfield, which is why I think there's a real argument to be made that Starfield was held back by its design, not necessarily exclusively because of its tech. They kind of work hand in hand. It's almost like if you lived in a really hot climate, like say you're in Phoenix, Arizona or something in the summer, and you're like, okay, I'm going to make a vacation destination. It's going to be my big business idea. That's what I'm going to do. It's going to make so much money. What I'm going to do is I'm going to make a ski slope. You'd be like, what? Why did you choose to do that? Like, you have this beautiful like place. You're in a great spot. You have all these things you can do. You've got lots of opportunities, but that's probably the worst thing you could possibly do with what you've got in front of you, with your capabilities, with your location, with the tools that you have before you. You should instead do like a massive water park, or you should do like a crazy hiking trail, or like a sauna, or like some sort of crazy theme park or something like that. Why did you choose a ski slope in a desert? You know, you'd ask why you chose to make a poor decision that directly goes against everything that the context of the situation and your capabilities would allow you to do. It just doesn't make any sense. And that's kind of what Starfield is. It is a game that's a cool idea at the outset, but with the creation engine specifically, it's probably the worst game they could have possibly tried to make. This respondent said load screens are unavoidable due to the mass amount of physics calculations and the way the engine will be handling them. The engine would require new tools or a revamp in order to cull physics entities in a way where they can be stored in the memory. Unfortunately, this would be even heavier on the CPU and RAM hardware.
Holy shit,
Something like performance and optimization can always be improved, as they already have. The game can be better programmed to utilize all CPU cores for physics calculations, etc. It's very dependent on the type of issue that requires solving. And I think that this is a common thread in a lot of these responses. It seems like...
I don't think it's delusion, Newgash. If you were to ask me, it's... well, I guess in a way it's delusion, so I shouldn't just downright say it isn't delusion, but it's more a case of, I don't think people like Todd Howard have any connection to video game players anymore. And I wonder sometimes if that's not a side effect of just being in the industry too long. The thing is, right, people do get bored after a while. If you do the exact same thing every single day of your life, there's going to be a point where you're just bored, right? You no longer really want to do this thing. And I wonder if people like Todd Howard, if they even still play games. You know, there's a good chance that a guy like Todd Howard doesn't even play games anymore. He hangs out with his rich friends, goes on rich parties and shit of that nature, you know, and he's just making games now because that's what they used to do. You know, that's what they do. So they make video games. It doesn't look like there's any passion or really any connection to what gamers want, because anyone who is a gamer themselves will know that if you told me between this quest and the next quest, there's 4 loading screens, any gamer would tell you, the fuck is that? Why is there 4 loading screens between this quest and the next quest? That doesn't make any sense. I don't want to play that game. And I feel like that's the problem with companies like Bethesda. It's just people that's lost all passion. They no longer play video games. They're no longer really in the community. They're no longer part of the culture, and so they don't think in terms of where the culture is. You know, back in the day, loading screens was something that most players just accepted because all games had them. But if you think about modern day video games, we don't want loading screens. Loading screens have to be used incredibly sparingly, or else, you know, they're in sales, not video game development. Very good fucking analogy there, or very good way of describing it. They're in sales. They're not in video game design.
Most of the problems with the load screens tie back into one of the core strengths in many ways of the creation engine, which is that every item in your inventory has a physical model, and you can place that item anywhere in the game and it will stay there. It will have realistic physics applied to it. It will drop on the ground, it'll fall off the table, whatever else, and it will stay where you put it, which is a really cool thing to have in your game, especially in something like Skyrim or
yeah, but other games have this too, though,
where every piece of junk is going to stay there and realistically interact with the world. That's super, super cool. And not many other game engines have that or are even capable of doing that. But part of the reason why other engines aren't capable of that is because they don't really want to be capable of it. Because when you do that, there is so much data that has to be basically remembered by the computer or by the console at any given time that they have to load it in separately. And that's why each of these instances, when you load into a new building or you load into a new planet, fishbowl to explore, they each have to be kept independently, unloaded and loaded back in as you go. Because if they were doing a constant streaming thing where you go from this planet surface into space, into that planet surface, into space, into that planet surface, into a building, down into a cave, back out, it would just be too much for it to handle. And that's why in games like,
well, we call this, generally speaking, we call this, suspending disbelief. So a lot of games do make this mistake where they try to go way too hard into certain things, right? And they try to say, for example, it's a survival game. They try to go balls to the wall on survival mechanics, and they want to include every single bit of survival mechanic that they can. It ends up being annoying to play because, well, most players, while they're playing a game, don't want to take 5 minutes every day to take a shit. And while, yes, that is a actual human function, and while, yes, that is something that humans do, and while, yes, that would definitely make the game more immersive, it will also ruin the experience because, well, I don't want to take 5 minutes every day for my character to take a poo just so that I can continue playing, or else my character may develop hemorrhoids. And now I need medication for my hemorrhoid problem because I didn't poo often enough, right? No one wants to play that game. It might be novel for a few moments, but then it's over.
it's like No Man's Sky, where you can do that stuff, you don't have the same level of physics simulations that you get in a game like Starfield. And this is where design comes back into the equation, because it's really cool to, as they showed off in some of the early reveals of Starfield, it's cool to have hundreds of sandwiches in your spaceship that realistically fall and tumble down.
Not really.
You collect them. That was one of the big things they showed off. Was one of their developers that would just keep all these sandwiches in the cargo hold of their spaceship. That's kind of cool. But why is that important in a space game? How does a space...
Well, I'll be honest with you, that's part of the stuff that triggers the living hell out of me in the game. Because every single time you upgrade your ship, all of this stuff, the doodads that were scattered all over your ship, goes into the ship's cargo hold, into the ship's inventory. And unless I'm just a moron that don't know how this works, I have not found a way to place those things back into the ship and get it out of my fucking inventory. It just stays in the inventory forever and ever and ever. And I have half my inventory taken up by uneaten sandwiches and fucking fire extinguishers and shit. I'm like, bro, how do I get this out? Because the other option is you just drop it on the floor, but then no one picks it up. You just have a filthy little ship. I don't like it. I would rather have those things just not be interactable at all.
Space game about exploration and adventure benefit from having realistic sandwich simulation. I don't get it. Other people thought it was really cool and exciting. I don't know why that was so thrilling, because the cost of all of that physics simulation is that things have to be loaded in separately and in their own instances. And as this developer outlined, the only way to get rid of the constant load screens would be to have some way to cull physics entities, just like physical objects that are rendered in a given scene. But that would require such a massive undertaking to rewrite and recode how the game actually handles physical objects.
How you doing?
Probably not even possible in an update or any sort of of iterative
Thank you.
improvement that would be short of a full-on sequel. And there's other problems as well, such as the one I outlined in my last video, going over how modders are just abandoning Starfield because it's too much work, basically. And this is the problem with using floats and how they actually calculate physical presences and procedural generation within these worlds. Effectively, like, the further away you get from an origin point, the less accurate things become and the worse procedural generation tech becomes. It's an age-old problem. It affected, like, Minecraft a decade ago. It's something they were able to fix, but it's something so core to the creation engine and how they handle instances when you load in, because everything in the creation engine is about loading into a new instance, and if you were to undo that, it would just require rewriting pretty much everything. So it's just a huge problem that is really, really freaking difficult to solve and would be extremely expensive to solve. And it might not even be possible at the end of it.
Yeah, but here's the thing. If they had any respect for their players, they would solve it. Just like CD Projekt Red did. I'm always amazed at this. Do you guys know how much it cost CD Projekt Red to fix Cyberpunk 2077? $168 million. $168 million to fix Cyberpunk 2077. But they did it. They bit that bullet. They lost market share. Some of the investors pulled out because they were like, what the hell? But they fixed the game. Why did they fix the game? Because fundamentally, from their perspective, they made a promise to the players that they did not deliver on. And they weren't going to have that be their legacy. That their last game was just not a good game. Right? Because they promised things that wasn't true. What respect for the players? Emil wrote 30 tweets, long thread, to cry how players don't respect his hard work, and then close his Twitter saying, wow, I didn't know people care about this so much. Lol.
Of the day. I think this puts it well. The fundamental problem with Starfield is that the foundations are already set in obsolete tech and design decisions. As I mentioned in previous answers, modders can resolve a good swath of the game's issues, but the effort required to make a total overhaul of mods for Starfield might not be as justifiable as it was back then with Skyrim. And he goes on to describe all of the smaller issues that Starfield suffers from and wraps it up with, they can fix 1,000 of those paper cut sized problems, but the amputated limb size problem they can only get a band-aid solution for. And that's the thing, like, they can fix broken lines, they can fix like frame rates that drop, they can fix even bigger cuts such as the lack of maps within cities and things like that. But the biggest problems with Starfield, such as the constantly repeated environments, encounters, the planets that lack any sort of interesting locations, the lack of free traversal from planet surface to other planets, and the mind-numbing grind of constant load screens, those things can't be fixed because they are just simply so massive it would require a total redesign. So all of this to say, it seems like the biggest issues, such as the constantly repeated environments and encounters, the procedural generation tech problems, the constant load screens, those biggest issues can't be fixed because it's just how the game works. It is Starfield. There's no undoing it, because it's just how it is. It's tied up in the bones of the game, and to replace the bones is technically possible. You can get in there and go crazy, but it's probably going to be more trouble than it's worth, and you might as well just wait for a sequel or something when you can do something much more significant, much more easily. Beyond that, the smaller issues, the paper cuts, as that one respondent put it, can be patched.
You know what's super, super, super frustrating? This is even if they were to make Starfield 2 on a new engine, Starfield 1 was such a failure that it feels like, who's going to give Starfield 2 any chance? Who's actually going to jump into Starfield 2, given that Starfield 1 was such a complete failure?
Or band-aided over and improved through patches, updates, and DLC. And I fully expect that the DLC will introduce more content that is just as compelling as the base game. But Starfield was never really a game that suffered from a lack of content. Its problems were always technical and mechanical. And DLC is just frankly not going to do anything to significantly alter that. They also said 4 months ago that they were working on new features we've been asking for, from city maps to mod support to all new ways of traveling. And what that means, I don't know. Most likely it's like a motorcycle or a dune buggy or a rover or something.
That would be helpful because those planets are super large and you have to run on them. It doesn't have city maps. Bro, you have no idea. It has no maps whatsoever. It is ridiculous. Like, you run around, you don't know what anything is, you don't know where anything is. The most recent version I played, I still didn't have maps. When I open the map, it basically gives you the large areas that you can fast travel to, but it doesn't. So when I go to my map, right, what you would expect to happen is the map of the area open up. That didn't happen for me in my last attempt at playing the fucking game. So I can actually see, oh, the gun shop is over here. I'm over here. Let me run to the gun shop. So I didn't see that. Maybe it was added later, because remember, I'm playing on the Xbox Game Pass version, and they always take longer to update. So the patches have to go through a massive cycle before they can get it introduced. So maybe it has that now. But the fact that it didn't launch with maps, how do you not launch a game with maps? Hey, please explain that to me. How do you... here we have a game, we have all these shops, but we're not going to have a map. What? What do you mean you're not going to have maps?
Something like that. Maybe just new jetpacks. I mean, that might be all it is. Either way, they say they're working on something. I hope that makes the game better or feel less dull when you're moving from points of interest to points of interest. And city maps will be great when we get those, and mod support when that comes will be cool. Time will tell. But again, these are all just band-aids on paper cuts. The missing limbs are not really being addressed because they frankly can't. And so we just kind of have to deal with it. And then we land on the elephant in the room, which is like, oh, Bethesda should...
Wait, you guys are saying that they have maps. I don't remember them having maps. Let's see. If that's been added, that would be actually not a bad feature to finally be in. Where's my star failed? Here we go. I don't play with a controller, CCS. What do you mean? X's Mana, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. I'm checking now, Z Vengeance. I'm checking now. Oh, yeah, Mike, that's in the closet over there. I like your takes. Have a free follow. Thank you very much. Really appreciate you. Waiting for this game to launch as a bitch. I wonder why it's taking so long. Yeah, they added aim assist for the plebs on console. Okay, there we go. Let's see. It's probably going to tax the system again, because this game is so poorly optimized, man. Now, of course, they added aim assist. Why wouldn't they? Console players need aim assist. What? We're playing Starfield? We're not playing Starfield. I'm trying to see something. But the game apparently is in a fucking death loop that will not log in. For some reason. I don't know why. There we go. Where was I lost? I can't remember where I was lost. It's lagging like fuck. I realized that. Don't worry. I realized that it's lagging like crazy. I just got fucking low. I don't really care. Why is it... Man, this game is so fucking terribly optimized. But alright, let's see. Where's the maps? Yeah, I have to go through all the settings, and I'm not going to go through all the settings. So I've just hit M, and I didn't get the maps. It's the surface map. Oh, so this is the map. The fuck is this? Why can't I look from up top? Oh, man, this is not a good map, man. Alright, well, at least you get... Can I... At least... I can't pin anything. Why can't I pin anything? So I'm over here, I'm assuming. But if I want to go to somewhere else... You have not discovered this location. What do you mean? I've been there? I literally had to take the transit station to get here, but I can't fast travel to it. Yeah, the game's buffering because it's shit optimized. Alright, so there is maps in the game. Okay, never mind. That problem has been sorted. Yeah, the buffering happens because the game is optimized so poorly. So basically, the last time we tried to play this, we had to go through every single setting to try and find the ones that's just eating the CPU alive. It's not fun. It's just not fun. I was hoping that that would have been solved at this point, but it has not yet. And as I said in my review of Senua Saga, my PC is top of the range from about 2-3 years ago. Right? It was a top of the range PC when I bought it, and I've had this PC now for about 3 years, three and a half years or something. The fact that my PC can't stream this game without lagging like fuck. Now, the game isn't lagging for me. The game is lagging on the stream. Like, I can see everything perfectly. Nothing is buffering on my screen. But the reason it's buffering on the stream is because it's literally taking the CPU and using all of the resources of the CPU. Just eating up every single resource that the CPU has available. And that means then that OBS has no CPU available to actually stream. That is just seriously bad optimization. Like, your optimization should not be that shit. Rubbing Firebat, how you doing, bro? Sorry for the so badly optimized. It was giving stream a stroke. Yeah, it's OBS that just goes into overdrive. I don't know if there is something that I could do on my side to try and fix that, but not that I've seen, right? Just some games do that.
And they should do that. And like, obviously, I think there's reason to be frustrated with Bethesda for sticking with the creation engine this long. But I think that's exacerbated by the fact that, like I said at the top, Starfield is probably the worst game they could have made to showcase the creation engine's strengths. Like, it really is just not capable of doing what they needed it to do for this game. It's just not built for it. It's designed for totally different games, like the opposite type of game. And so I think that made the creation engine look far worse than it actually is. I think if you were to do another standard Fallout game or another standard Elder Scrolls game, it could potentially fare much better. But I think at this point, Bethesda has a bit of a PR crisis on their hands, and that is that everybody views the creation engine as an albatross around their neck. They view it as anathema, as something that needs to be shed and gotten rid of. And the longer that BGS doubles down on it, the more out of touch it makes them seem. There was a political consultant,
but they're not doubling down on it.
The 1980s, who coined the phrase that perception is reality, and he was putting it forward in the context of a presidential race, where like if everybody thinks that you as the president are actually like a werewolf, even if that's not true, even if you could prove that's not true, if everybody thinks you're a werewolf, you have to deal with that. You have to confront that reality because that's what people perceive reality to be. And in the context of selling people video games or just products in general, if everybody's convinced that your tech or your product is woefully out of date or is super behind the times and is just broken, buggy, and blah, 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 even if that is not technically true, even if you could demonstrate that the creation engine actually is capable of doing crazy, cool, high-tech things, the perception among consumers is that it's a 15, 20, 30-year-old engine that is held together with duct tape and glue.
Yeah, but I feel like they have not showcased that the creation engine can do these things. Starfield front and center exhibit number A is proof that the creation engine cannot do the things that they wanted it to do. So that perception also happens to be true. The redemption arc marketing is a thing, by the way. Aragast, but as this survey showed, the redemption arc that Bethesda would need, right? The tech that they would need in order to make this redemption arc isn't tech that would be viable, because basically they would have to redesign how the creation engine works from the ground up. They would have to change the creation engine in order to make Starfield actually work the way that it was promised to work. The problem with that is that they have already announced that Starfield was the last game that they were going to make on the creation engine. They've already said that they are moving out of the Starfield arc, of the creation engine arc, and going to Unreal Engine 5, which has its own problems, but doesn't really matter at this point, right? So now you get into this big problem of, do we spend millions of dollars fixing the creation engine for this one redemption arc, or do we just give up on it and make the next game hopefully not a shit, right? But I'm talking. This isn't the first time it happened. No Man's Sky, for example. Aragast, yes, but remember, again, we are talking about if I believe No Man's Sky was designed or developed on Unreal Engine 4, right? Or one of these other engines. So the engine wasn't the problem. It wasn't the problem. No. TES is made on Unreal Engine. The problem wasn't the engine. The problem was just bad development. And that can obviously be solved. The issue is that here you have a problem where the actual engine will not allow you to make the game that you promised people to make. So no matter how much you try, you're not going to be able to do. You're not going to be able to make the game better. And NeoGash, no. CD Projekt Red announced after Bethesda announced that they are moving away from the Red engine and moving towards the Unreal Engine 5. Right? Bethesda announced around the. Do you guys remember the announcement of Starfield, and then they had that 5-second show of Elder Scrolls Online, or Elder Scrolls? It's like 5 seconds, and everyone lost their mind. Oh, it's the Elder Scrolls, it's the Elder Scrolls. But it was 5 seconds of just like a fucking flying shot of something happening. It was at that event, right? At that event where Todd Howard said Starfield is the last game that they're making on the creation engine, because the Elder Scrolls 6 will actually be made on Unreal, not on the creation engine. So, no, they have also completely given up on the creation engine. The creation engine is no longer going to be the proprietary engine for Bethesda. Now, that could have changed when Microsoft bought them. I don't know. I've not heard any talk about them changing their minds on this, right? But it could be that now that they're with Microsoft, Microsoft wants them to use proprietary engine, because maybe Microsoft thinks that other companies can start using the proprietary engine. But if I'm Microsoft, I would rather have Blizzard do the engine, because Blizzard's engine has always been pretty decent. So I would rather put Blizzard's engine development team on making an engine for the whole of Microsoft. Because I don't think Microsoft has its own proprietary engine. I think Microsoft just uses whichever engine. So maybe they did decide to do something else, but they did say that the Elder Scrolls Online, or the Elder Scrolls 6, is being made on Unreal. I am 99% sure of that. They said that they're stopping with creation and they're moving over to Unreal. Now, as I said, in the meantime, that could have changed. But at that event, Todd Howard said that to great applause from the community.
And they've got to deal with that perception. Just slapping a 2 on the creation engine isn't going to do it. I'm sure when they reveal the Elder Scrolls 6, they're going to be like, oh, it's the creation engine 3.0 this time. It's totally different. And maybe this time people will listen and realize that that's not actually how that works. But I just think that they're dealing with a real crisis of trust with their community, and I think that the creation engine has highlighted a lot of those shortcomings, with Starfield being kind of the prime example of when this goes poorly. And all of this is further compounded by the fact that CDPR, the guys that headed up Phantom Liberty, one of the most impressive technical showcases of any video game graphically in a hot minute, they are moving away from their proprietary engine, and they are developing all of their future Witcher games in the Unreal Engine 5. That is crazy. Because if everybody agreed that the Red Engine was much more powerful than the Creation Engine, and CDPR is choosing to leave that behind to go to the Unreal Engine, what does that tell you about the Creation Engine? Like, what does that tell you about Bethesda's toolset? If everybody's like, yeah, the thing that CDPR abandoned was way better than this, that should be concerning. And I think
the Red Engine was actually considered to be one of the better engines in the gaming industry. They will use Creation 2. Well, then that's a change that they made later on. They decided, no, we're going to do a new engine, which is fine, right? Maybe the new engine will be better than the old one, not have all of the problems. I distinctly remember, I'll see if I can find it for you, and then I'll share it with you, Newgash, but I distinctly remember them saying that it was going to be on Unreal. I remember this because at the time people were losing their minds. Oh my God, they're finally using Unreal. This is going to be so good. And I thought, well, it's still the same game. That means it's still going to be shit because it's the Elder Scrolls. I think I even made that joke while he was saying it. It's the Elder Scrolls. It's still going to be shit. No matter what engine they use for it. But, you know, as I said, I'm about 90% sure of it being on Unreal, but it could have changed in the meantime.
That for consumers and for gamers that are going to be asked to engage with Elder Scrolls 6 eventually, you know, in 15 years or whatever.
Why do you think HOTS engine is the worst engine imaginable, Z-Vengeance? I don't agree with that. I mean, I have said before, I think Heroes of the Storm, gameplay-wise and the sort of environment-wise, was really good. What failed Heroes of the Storm was nothing to do with the engine. What failed Heroes of the Storm was just that it was not well thought out as a MOBA game. But the engine felt really smooth. If anything, I would say the gameplay of Heroes of the Storm was smoother in some cases than League of Legends. It was a very smooth experience to play Heroes of the Storm. It was just the way it was done that felt not that great.
Going to be a point of contention, and I just think that Bethesda's got to deal with this stuff. And I mean, I know it's not as simple as just change engines or whatever, but you know, I think they got to regain a lot of goodwill with their consumers at this point. And I don't think small updates or DLC or slapping a 3 on the
I stand by that, Holy.
Do it for the next game. So I guess time will tell. But I think they got some work to do. But to wrap all of this up, I asked a bunch of devs and modders if they thought that Starfield could be fixed and repaired. And while smaller issues could be fixed according to a lot of these devs, it seems like the biggest issues are not going to be fixable because it would require such a significant redesign of everything the engine does and how it works that it's just prohibitively expensive, time-consuming, and troublesome if it's possible at all. There were also a lot of other interesting responses that I'm not going to reveal at this moment because some of them specifically call out people within Bethesda Game Studios from previous employees. And
yeah, but what's wrong with that?
More, like double checking and verifying before I share that stuff. So
nah, bro, say this guy said this. Give us the tea, man.
If you have ever worked at Bethesda Game Studios and you're willing to chat, reach out to me because I'd like to verify some of this stuff because some of the stories are quite interesting. Maybe more on that later. Make sure to subscribe if we end up making that video. If I can verify this stuff, it's pretty crazy. I guess time will tell. I don't want to report anything until I've confirmed from multiple sources that it's real, so I'm not going to start spreading rumors or anything, but I will say there's some interesting tea from developers that it seems like there's maybe some frustrations or bad blood with some of these guys. It's interesting. Lots of drama. But anyway, thank you for watching. Thanks for hanging out with me. Thank you for helping me beat this dead horse even further. I was going to do like a whole elaborate intro where I had like a big bottle of glue, and then I was going to like paste the picture of Starfield's logo on it, and then I was going to be beating it when I opened the video. But I thought that was maybe just a little too vague and obscure, so I just decided to do whatever I did at the start of this video. I've already forgotten. But I'm sure we'll talk about Starfield again. I still have a good amount of that candle to burn through, so we've got plenty of Todd incense to burn. Until then, my friends, thank you for watching. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for being here in the first 500,000, and here's to the next 500,000. Much love, my friends. I'll see you in the next one.
So the fact that there's not been a whistleblower within Bethesda, I don't think is that wild. Because I don't think most of the gaming industry is actually built on developers that even play a lot of games. And I know that's an incredibly hot take, but from my perspective and where I'm sitting, I see a lot of developers that couldn't care less about gamers. They don't. In fact, what I see increasingly from AAA developers are developers who hate gamers, who can't stand gamers. So I would personally, yeah, I'm not surprised. Let's just put it that way. I think a lot of developers nowadays, literally from the AAA industry, not the indie industry, but I think a lot of developers nowadays from the AAA side of things, they go into it for money. And more specifically for experience. It's a pretty easy way in to get your coding experience, to get your programming experience, to get your work experience, so that you can then leave that job and go work for one of the financial firms, you know, where you can actually make the big bucks. So gaming nowadays for a lot of developers feels more like a stepping stone into going into something even greater, rather than actually getting into it because you love video games and you love gamers. That sort of nowadays more and more is sort of exclusively something that the indie companies get. They get all of the developers that really love making games. The AAA studios don't. And to be fair, if you are someone that is super passionate about video games and you want to make video games, are you gonna be happy working for one of these AAA developers? Like, let's be very honest. Are you actually going to be happy working for a company that is just entirely focused on making the best marketable game, you know, and doing everything based on market research, rather than just making a cool game, right? Gamers aren't even one cohesive group, is really is gamer versus gamer, so it comes down to which gamers AAA is aiming to please. No. Because again, if you were a developer working on a game called Starfield, how are you not going? Listen here, guys, I do not think that the players of this type of game is going to like all of these loading screens. If I was in the marketing, or if I was in the development meetings for that game, that would be literally one of the first things I would bring up. I'd be like, guys, this isn't going to work. As a player of RPGs that love RPGs, I don't want to play this. I don't want to play a game that is just consistently going to ask me to load in to various areas of the game. That doesn't feel fun. So yeah, I don't think it is true that gamers aren't a specific group, and there's many groups within games, but based on successes and failures, we can say that there is a general thing that most gamers like in video games. And if you miss those general things, then something is wrong. How are you not at least getting the general things right? That makes most games successful. Wokeness destroys man. I don't even think this is a wokeness thing. I don't think this is a wokeness thing. Because getting things right means they need to increase their budgets, so that's less profit. I don't know if increasing the budgets is the problem. If you look at most of these AAA games, their budgets are fucking huge. You know, you have AAA games that's sporting budgets upwards of $200 million. So clearly they don't give a shit about budgets. They're moving on to something like, I always use the following example. Back in the day, and this is still true for the overwhelming majority of indie companies out there, you would make a game because you wanted to play it. If you go back and you watch the early interviews with Blizzard before Blizzard made World of Warcraft, do you guys know why Blizzard decided to make World of Warcraft? So originally, Blizzard wanted the license for Warhammer, right? Warhammer Online. They didn't get that license. Then they said, you know what would be cool? It would be super awesome to be able to run around Azeroth, to actually be a grunt in this world that we've designed here. And so they continued developing it, and they made it. Not because at the time, all of the marketing told them, hey, this is going to sell. Not because their market research team told them, hey, this is the game the players want to play, because they wanted to play it. And so they put all of their effort into making this game that they themselves wanted to play. Nowadays, that's not how games are made. Games nowadays are made very specifically. The market team, so the market research team, tells the studio heads, hey, these are the games the players want to play now. And then the studio heads go, right, make this game. Famous example, EA and BioWare. BioWare, a company famous for what? What is BioWare famous for? RPGs. Deeply immersive RPG storytelling video games. It's what made them their name. It's what everyone knows them for. Right? When you think BioWare, you think about things like Dragon Age, you think about things like Mass Effect. Those are the games that come to mind because those are the games that is just inherently so strong within this company. What is the last kind of game you think about when you think BioWare? Live action service game. You don't think that when it comes to BioWare. Live action service game? What? They've never made that. That's not their thing. That's the sort of thing you expect from Ubisoft. You know, you don't expect that from BioWare. And yet, that's the game that they end up making with Anthem. Do you think Anthem was made because BioWare wanted to make it? Well, we have inside sources that said it. Anthem was supposed to be an RPG. Was supposed to be a single-player RPG. EA then went to BioWare and said, no. Let's make this a live-action service game. Of course, you have BioWare that's never done a live-action service game in their entire lives, of a live service game, not even action, but they've never made a live service game in their lives. Now suddenly having to force themselves to figure out how the fuck do you make a live service game. And it failed miserably because the company isn't known for that. But EA followed the market, right? The market researchers told them live service games are big now. People love live service games. I remember a time where Andrew Wilson, who is the CEO of EA, said that single player games are dead. The gamers no longer want to play single player games. Then all of their live service games fail. They end up greenlighting the Star Wars game, and it's the biggest selling game EA has had outside of EA, outside of the FIFA game and the Madden game that EA has had in like 5 years. It just completely exploded. And suddenly a guy like Andrew Wilson has to eat these fucking words and realize that, oh, turns out single player games are actually not dead. You know, we just didn't do a good job of making single player games. BioWare is known by me as a studio not to trust or buy, burning customers. I loved Anthem and they scrapped it. I adore Fallen Order. Wait, what's Fallen Order? Oh, the Star Wars game. Yeah. I played a little of it. I could not get into it, but then it's not really my type of game. I did not enjoy the Star Wars games that much, but I do respect the fact that a lot of people did love the Star Wars games from what's their name? Oh, it's the same guys that do Apex. Can't remember what they're called now. They're fools that they haven't produced a Sims 5 by now. Those games are a cash cow. There's a indie company that's making their own Sims now, or a kind of Sims game. I don't like the aesthetics of it. I didn't mind the aesthetics. I just didn't like the gameplay very much because it is sort of like a level scaling kind of game. Respawn, that's the one. Thank you. Yes. It's a sort of level game where you have this level and you have to complete it and fight a bunch of things, and then you get the story to sort of, you know, it's not it's a 3D platformer. Maybe it's not that, right? It is a 3D third person game, but it's not open world, and the story is very much set, right? So you're just sort of playing through it. So yeah, it just didn't really appeal to me as a game, but I understand that some people love that kind of stuff. So, you know, it is what it is. I don't know, Star Wars movies were fine. Just find the art style very weird, to be honest. Why? I think from an art perspective, the Star Wars games look phenomenal. I mean, the graphics in those games are really good. Really, really good. Yeah, it was just the gameplay that wasn't really for me. But I won't take anything away from games like that. Like, when I judge games, I tend to judge them based on personal things. So what do I feel of them? And then objectively, you can also look at games and make calculations based on how you think other people would perceive those games. So many performance issues, especially on PC at launch. Jedi Survivor is the latest one, right? Was lucky to have a PS5 copy that was relatively in the little to no issues camp. It's the same thing I had with Cyberpunk 2077. Everyone hated the launch of Cyberpunk 2077 because console was absolutely disgusting, and people who had weaker PCs had a very bad experience with it. But then I played it, and I literally had 3 visual bugs for the whole game, and I loved it. It was such a good fucking play. I played it 3 times. I finished that game 3 times before the first big patch launched. That fixed a lot of the problems. And I couldn't get enough of it. So I had to do, when I did my review on that, I had to do the whole, here's how I felt about the game, but here is what's actually going on with the game, just to be honest. Yeah, CPU was only a disaster on older consoles, true, but they kind of learned from that because they did not release the expansion on the older consoles. Honestly, out of all the fan bases, I think I'm lucky to be a Warcraft and League fan because their quality is top-notch. Imagine being a fan of other pop culture fictions. There are plenty of pop culture fictions that aren't at all problematic, so... Dude, I wonder if this is going to work. Oh, will this or won't this work? We are making likes private. Public likes are incentivizing the wrong behavior. For example, many people feel discouraged from liking content that might be edgy in fear of retaliation from trolls or to protect their public image. Soon you'll be able to like without worrying who might see it. Also a reminder that the more posts you like, the better your For You algorithm will become. Yeah, but if you can't see likes, that will also destroy... Like, people will stop liking content if you can't see likes. No, it's not trolling, Newgash. They are actively removing... They've wanted to remove it for a while. And this is just the next step in that scenario. They're removing likes entirely. How do we ratio people now? I think the whole point is that you can't ratio people anymore. Not really. Because you won't know how many likes their posts got. I don't know how I feel about this, because Captain Cadillac, this is not the kind of thing that an add-on would probably be able to solve, because it's not like on YouTube where they simply hid the likes. They're removing it entirely from the front page. So the only person that will be able to see the amount of likes their posts are getting will be the actual creator. So I don't know if you're going to even be able, because the reason it's like that on YouTube is because the dislikes are still there. They're just now not, the number isn't showing, right? They just removed the number of dislikes, but the dislikes are still there. This one doesn't have that. The dislikes or the likes are completely removed. That's so fucking dumb. I don't know if it's dumb. Do people, because I can understand their explanation here, right? The explanation is that a lot of people might want to like content, but they're not entirely sure. They don't want to be attacked. So someone might post something about Gamergate, for example, and they actually do want to like the post about Gamergate, but they don't want any one of their friends to see that they're liking this thing about Gamergate, and so they don't like the thing about Gamergate. Now, if it's removed, but I think it's also going to be a thing of, if I can't see the number of likes, why would I hit the like button? Right? So effectively what it's saying is hit the like button if you want more of this post on your home feed. So basically use the like button as a way to curate your experience rather than using it as a way to play for keeps. Pussy and stand by your ideals? Well, how does this clash with their ideals though? You mean Twitter's ideals or you mean people's ideals? Because I don't necessarily blame people for not wanting to be... Think about this, right? Imagine, for example, you are a Blizzard developer and I make a tweet calling Blizzard out for some bullshit that they're pulling. You like the fact that I'm calling Blizzard out on pulling some bullshit, and you would love to like the post that, says Blizzard should stop doing the bullshit, but you know that if you like that post, you might get fired. So you can't like that post because you could get fired. Now, with the new system, you can like that post. And what that does is it now shows you more of that person's post, but it also shows all the people that follow you more of that post. So you have this ability to increase visibility on things that you like without necessarily being fired from your job because, whatever. You can't be fired for that. That would be illegal. They don't have to fire you for something to fire you for something. As someone that used to own a business myself, I can tell you, if whenever we wanted to get rid of an employee, you find a way, right? If you want to get rid of someone that is bad, you find a way to get rid of them that is legal. But if I find you liking posts that badmouth me as a developer, I'm suddenly going to tell HR, we're going to make this person's life hell until we find a reason to fire them, right? But we do it in such a way that they can't trace it back to the fact that they like the tweet, So there are ways, right? How you doing, pal? We're more productive to just keep the likes as a counter, but make them anonymous. I don't think you can do that, Z-Vengeance, just purely based on how the algorithm of Twitter operates, right? The algorithm... So if you follow me, for example, and I like a post, you will see that post because I like the post, because the algorithm is sort of like a networking algorithm. So just by its very nature, that those likes are public for a reason. And I can see why they just went no. What I would say that they could also have done if they really wanted to is if you go into here, you could probably just have removed this thing, right? Like if you really wanted to, you could just have removed the like tab. So people can't see who's liking what. So that would be your anonymous thing. I just don't know how that would interfere with the actual algorithm. Does the algorithm actually need this box in order to... I don't know, right? I'm not a fucking engineer, so I don't know. I'm doing very well. Thanks for asking, man. Maybe they're talking about the tab. No. Likes in general are disappearing. So it's not just this isn't the first post they've made of it, right? They have explained that they don't want likes at all. So yeah. I don't know, man. It is what it is. I personally think Twitter or X, I think it's a terrible site. And I don't think Elon Musk made it worse. I think Elon Musk just made it the same. He made some things better, but the main problems I have with X or Twitter aren't things that can be solved, because the way you solve the problems that I have with Twitter is it needs to be deleted from the internet forever. I think Twitter is so bad for humanity. I think it is so bad for humanity. There is no social media platform that can be moral. I wouldn't say that. Cortisol go up immediately when I open X Twitter. Most social media is bad for humanity. No, I don't necessarily agree with that. So I'll show you. Let's do this, okay? So the social medias that I agree with when you say they're bad for humanity, I think Instagram is pretty bad for humanity. I think Facebook is pretty shit as well. I think the one that's, generally speaking, in my opinion, pretty good overall would be YouTube. And there's a reason why I believe YouTube is actually good for humanity. If you watch, for example, this video, How to Lose Your Job to AI, right? That's 37 minutes. You're getting the full thought, the full experiment, and Asmongold is able to give you his entire reasoning for why this is the case. 15 minutes for this. He gives you a full thought so you can take the entire argument and then you can make up your mind. Here's my problem with Twitter. So if you look at Twitter, its biggest issue is there is no shot that you can put all of the nuance of a specific thing into 280 characters. You just can't, right? Most issues have way more nuance than what there are characters for. Now you could say, well, you could make a long post. Long posts don't do well. It's now been shown over and over again. Long posts kill the post. People don't read it. That's why it's such a big problem. People don't read past the first 280 characters effectively. So people read the first bit and they go, oh, this is what he thought. Like, dislike, unfollow, right? But they can't dislike, but they'll unfollow maybe if they don't like what you said in the first 280 characters. So fundamentally what you're running into is this wild dash towards gripping posts. In other words, I'm not looking to teach you, I'm not looking to inform you about something that is going on. I'm looking to get clicks. And the way I get clicks is by making wild statements, and then hopefully people click on those wild statements and click the like button, so I can get more people to see the wild statements. In my mind, this is incredibly bad for society because context and nuance matters. It matters, right? I can make a whole bunch of claims in a whole bunch of different ways to make it say what I want it to say, even if it isn't true, just by removing certain parts of the context. Just by not sharing exactly what happened. I'll give you guys an example. A couple of weeks ago, maybe a couple of months ago, actually, at this point, there was a video that was doing the rounds of, I think it was 2 black teenagers that was beating up a white teenager, right? And the post read that they were beating her up because she was saying, she was using the N-word. And everyone was sort of on board. Yeah, screw her. She got what she deserved. Racists should be beaten and killed and whatnot. You know, whole big thing. And then it turns out that that's not at all what happened. That's not at all what happened. The 2 girls, the one white girl and the black girl, had a disagreement. They had an argument. And then suddenly it turned into a fight. And they ganged up on her and they beat her half senseless. Right? So the full context would have explained exactly how bad the situation actually was. But you didn't get the full context because, well, I removed it. Because I wanted you to get outraged. Because outrage sells. There's also been instances of this where people will actively use, and this happened, I think, yesterday or the day before, where a girl was also beaten up by another girl. And what they didn't include in the context is that this girl did actually use the N-word, right? And that's why she was beaten up. Now, do I think you should beat people up for words that they say? No, I don't. But at the same time, there's, again, context that is very important, right? So everyone's doing it. It's not just one side of the argument that does shit like this. Everyone does this. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I think she went to the hospital for brain damage or something. I can't even fucking remember what it was exactly. I don't pay much attention to stuff like that on Twitter. But I remember seeing it, and then, funnily enough, a few scrolls later, I saw the full video, and I was like, oh, that makes actually sense now. I understand what is going on here. Clearly, the first post was lying about this. Stupid shit ever. I agree that I don't think it should be banned, but I also don't understand why people would use the word, right? I don't understand, because I'm all for free speech. Say whatever the hell you want, right? I think you should be allowed to say and speak in any way you want. Where I usually draw the line for myself, not for other people, but for myself, is whenever I want to say something, I ask myself, is what I'm about to say going to add value to a conversation or to a topic? Or am I personally just saying it to get a reaction? So in other words, the use of this isn't actually going to do anything. It's just to get a rise out of people. And I tend to prefer not to use words that is literally just used because you're trying to insult someone or you're trying to get a rise out of someone. Because you're not adding anything to the conversation, right? If you want to add something to the conversation, go for it. But even if you were to use that word as part of your actual adding to the conversation, it immediately shuts down the conversation. Because as soon as people read that word, they have instantly decided that whatever you say has no value. You know? It has no value and therefore they're not going to listen. So I feel like you're just fighting yourself at that point. If someone uses that word, I know immediately they're dumb as hell and disassociated with them entirely. See, that's the thing, pal. That's exactly the point that I just made, right? Let's say this guy had the most insane argument and it was just going to change lives all over the place. If they start their argument with that word, are you going to keep reading? Like, are you going to waste your time reading what this person has to say? Most likely not, right? Holy, I get that different countries have different histories. And I'm not suggesting for example, in South Africa, that word has never meant anything. You know, that word holds no value in South Africa. We have our own version of that word, which does hold a lot of value, right? But the N word in South Africa has no meaning because it was never a word that was used in South Africa. So I get that. But even then, because it's not a word that's used in my country or has ever been used in my country, it's not a word that I've ever had to say or have ever even had need to say. Like, that's not, when I think about using words to describe certain things, that word is never the word that comes to mind. Ever. No, I think you can sing along to Jay-Z. I mean, he's using it in the song. You're just repeating the song. I think you should be allowed to do that. Movies and music videos? Yeah, but I don't... just because I see something in movies and music videos doesn't mean it has any effect on me. Or maybe I just don't care enough about shit like that. But yeah, I don't listen to music that has those words in it to begin with. I don't listen to rap. So, unironically though, here's a bit of good news for all of you. So there's going to be a new setting that you now can do in Twitch as a viewer, where you can hide sexual themes, hide drugs, intoxication, excessive tobacco use, hide gambling, hide violent and graphic depictions, hide significant profanity and vulgarity, and hide mature rated games. How do you guys feel about this? What is excessive tobacco use? Would vaping count as excessive tobacco use? Because vaping isn't really tobacco, but it does have nicotine in it. Does that count as excessive tobacco use? That's true, CCS. I will not show up. Man, that sucks. Twitch didn't ban gambling. They just banned the one site, stake.com, from gambling. But there's still gambling streams. Have you ever seen somebody smoke a ciggy on stream? Yeah, smoking is pretty rare these days on Twitch. I used to. When I first started streaming, I would sit and smoke on stream. And sometimes there would be some people that would complain they're trying to quit. How can you, please stop smoking on stream? And my response was the same as it is nowadays. Fuck no. If you don't like it, don't watch. But then I quit smoking and I started vaping. And now I vape. And every once in a while, I will get someone that comes in and is very upset the fact that I vape on stream. And then my answer is exactly the same. Don't watch if you don't like it. Yeah, I feel like the high profanity streams will probably not get a lot of traction. Most likely won't get a lot of traction. They should make half of them default, though. Like what? Like what should be made default? I don't mind more choice. I think giving users... It's nice that they're not banning that shit outright, you know? Sexual and gambling? Why would you make sexual and gambling default, though? There are people who don't care about sexual and gambling. And look, I don't mind the fact that there are girls making making money on the platform doing sexual stuff. Because they wouldn't be making money on the platform doing sexual stuff if guys weren't watching. So what? Is it their fault for providing an actual an actual service? I don't think so. I don't think they should be blamed for providing that service. It is a service. The stream is too sexual. That's true, though. I can only apologize to you guys for being so super sexual in stream. It's not my fault, though. It's just I provide a service, and you guys are clearly paying for that service, so it is what it is. There should be a separate site for adult performers in gambling. I don't think so. I think it is what it is, right? Do I watch highly sexualized streamers? No, I don't. But I think if you want to, you should be able to, right? I'm not interested in telling other people what they can and can't do. I think what shouldn't be on Twitch is full nudity. There I would draw the line because it's not that kind of site. And it would also create massive problems for the rest of streamers. But I don't think... I don't think it's... Yeah, I don't think it's our... I don't think it's Twitch's job to take care of that shit. Dude, make no mistake. Sexual streamers make a lot of money. A lot of money from for Twitch. Have you seen how those boys just throw money at the streamers? From bits to donations to gifted subs. Like, bro, those dudes spend all their money on those streamers. And of course, Twitch doesn't want to ban that. That's money. That's money in the bank. So I fully respect that. Twitch wants to bank on that money. And again, if you're going to be angry at the streamers for doing that, you should be angry at the people that's fucking consuming the content. Because it's not the streamer's fault that there are guys that want to see that kind of shit. Bare body now, just make a sexy VTuber model. Yeah, but I feel like VTubing isn't about the sexy model, though. If you really... There's a couple of VTubers that I do watch. And if you watch VTubers, it's a skill, man. Like, some of them are so good at just playing off of the comedy and using their avatars in a very comedic way. So yeah, I don't necessarily. I think the ones that's just trying to be sexy, I don't think they get as much success as the ones that's really good. Their body, my choice. I should buy fake tits and start streaming gacha games. Isn't there? I feel like there's a guy in Japan that did this. That literally dressed himself up as a girl and started streaming. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this happened. So the guy started streaming as a girl using a voice changer to make himself sound like a girl. And he made something like 20,000 US dollars in a single day. In a single day, he made $20,000. And I think he only streamed for like 3 hours or 4 hours. So, yeah. If you really want to make money, get yourself some fake tits, get yourself some makeup, and go ham. You know, you can make a boatload of cash in the very, very short term. That's a hustle, not going to lie. True. I mean, it's good money. Better than crypto. Yeah. Fuck, I guess I'm off to buy a dress. Yeah, why not? Maybe I should shave my legs. Bro, if you think that's going to help you get some viewers, go for it. You know, if you think you're going to be able to grab some viewers on that, go for it. Money is money. My GF would kick me out if I do that. Not if you're coming home with the fucking bacon, bro. Like, just tell her, listen, you bitch. We're rich now because of me. I'm sure she'll be fine. Genjo, how you doing, bro? They think by buying subs, gifting, etc., that they will have a relationship with that person. Tells you how lonely and socially inept the boys are. Okay, sis? What? Tally is talking about me. Oh. Okay. Better get a pedicure and sell feet pics. I'm sure. Now imagine coming home to your boyfriend with fake tits, making up an address, streaming to horny coomers. Again, if it's making you money, it is what it is, right? Oh, what's he saying, Genjo? I remember him saying that I shouldn't talk about him and I shouldn't attack him. And I didn't. But then I did. So it's fair game for him to talk about me. Because I did attack him for his Asmongold takes. So yeah, I don't really give a shit about that. But I mean, if he really wants to start, I still have the video of him lying out of his teeth, you know? So I could always make that video public. And then we can, we can see where that goes. So it's not the biggest issue in the world. Guys that are lonely are called cis boys. Why? I thought they're called something else, like fucking incels or some shit. I think he's just being defensive about Asmon and getting into drama. He's talking about Asmon now, of course. I mean, let him go. It is what it is. I think, personally, if I was Taliesin, I would just not fucking talk about Asmongold. You are going to lose that fucking war. There is more people that like Asmongold than what likes you. Find someone else to hound and to attack. Don't try and start shit with the largest WoW content creator on the planet, even if he doesn't even play WoW anymore. He's still the largest content creator on WoW or for WoW. Why are you trying to start something? I don't understand. Why not just stay in your lane and do your own thing? He's a good content creator, but dude is a fucking egotistic. Wait. Is he asshole? Egoistic. Is Genjo trying to stir shit from this side to Taliesin? Oh, man. All right. Why are people so desperate for drama among streamers? I don't understand. Like, why? What's the desperation? Because I mean, I said this to you guys yesterday, and I'll stick with that, and I'll say it again for anyone that doesn't know yet. The reason I make a point of it not to talk about Taliesin is because I believe that if you're willing to talk about someone, you should also be willing to give them the opportunity to defend themselves. And after the last time that I've had Taliesin in the stream, I have no interest in ever having him in my stream ever again, right? For various reasons. And therefore, talking about him is going to be useless. Because if I were to talk about him, I would have to be open to get him into the stream so that we can have another one of those sessions, which I'm not interested in because that was boring as fuck. So it's not fair. If you want to start shit, go for it. But then also be willing to take the shit and also be willing to engage with the conversation. And I'm not really willing to engage with that conversation again. Like a zoo watching the monkeys fling shit at each other. Yeah, but I don't want to fling shit at anyone. I'm happy to just do my thing. I mean, I don't mind giving my opinion on people. But I'm not interested in getting involved in drama because I think it's boring. I get bored quickly with drama anyways, so it's only fun for like a few hours and then I have better things to do than get involved in fucking streamer drama because quite frankly, does anyone really give a shit? You know? Like that's the big question. Does anyone actually give a shit? Like, oh, Taliesin and Akalon doesn't like each other. So fucking what? Does it make any difference to your life? No. Right? Does it enrich your life in any way? No. If Taliesin makes a really good YouTube video, that makes you happy, right? Because he entertains you. If I make a really good YouTube video, that makes you happy because it entertains you. The drama between two fucking streamers? Yeah, that doesn't do anything for anyone. It's just PP fucking measuring competitions, and I find that super boring. But then I'm a League player. But then go kill people in League? What? It's not the same, though, is it? Guy does, can you tell me? Omi, and that's your choice, you know? That's the good thing about YouTube. There's plenty of creators for anyone. Everyone has creators that they like. Some people like me. Some people like Pyro. Some people like Balila. Some people like Taliesin. Some people like Noble. I think all people like Noble, actually. Some people like Platinum WoW. You don't have to watch the people you don't like. You know, it's as simple as that. My BB's small, but who cares? Wife likes it, and it's all that matters. Bro, that's true. That's true. You know, as long as your wife's happy with your small penis, you have no worries, man. Noble doesn't upload that often. He's uploaded quite a lot recently, no? And you can't really ask Noble to up his output. Like, if you look at Noble's content, he puts a shit ton of effort into that content, so the editing alone probably takes him a good couple of days to do. So I kind of understand that he only does a bit of content at a time, you know? Oh, what is the fucking P. Diddy drama? Epic Thulu. I hear so many people talking about P. Diddy. I didn't even know that dude was still alive. Because I haven't heard from him in a very long time. Oh. Oh, shit. Wait, how the hell did that happen? P. Diddy Bieber. Dude, Hollywood is so fucking rotten, man. It is just so rotten. Hey, that town, actually that state needs to be shut down. They just need to shut down the whole of California and LA and everything else within it and just be like, right, that's enough of you. No more. No more. You need to all just incorporate into the rest of America. Because you guys are fucking nuts. Hollywood is disgusting, true. Hollywood is great. It has Scarlett Johansson. Yeah, but she can literally do what she does everywhere else. Like, really? Just Scarlett Johansson? That's the one? Chris Brown's this? Oh, now that was wild. Of who? Man, I don't know enough about fucking celebrities. Who the hell is Quavo? Besides the NSA stuff being made public, here's him giving promotions for sex. A video of him beating his ex and dragging her in the hallway was released. Oh man, so now everything is coming out like an absolute avalanche. That's wild. This thing has been here the whole fucking stream, man. Just not going away. I have to go to the gym now, boys. So when are we playing Anno? Oh, wait, before I even ask that, I should probably ask, how many of you want to watch Anno? Yeah, we're gonna upload a second video today, Holy. The one I sent you. I love me some Anno. But you guys do know that I'm not good with Anno, right? Like I've only played it for like a couple of, I think 2 hours or something, and I've never been able to figure it out. Like I've never spent enough time figuring it out because it didn't really seem like my kind of game. But now, because everyone seems to say that it is a really good game, I'm willing to try it, but I'm probably gonna fuck up, right? A lot. No, it's Anno 1800 or some crap like that. We're good at Anno or boring. You can always blame chat. When have I ever played a video game where I don't just blame chat for my failures? That seems like something I would do. Coffee and get very frustrated. Genjo, so I see you here, and the mods have been looking at you over on Tally's chat. You seem to want to spark some kind of drama between me and Taliesin that I'm not interested in. So, it's all good, man. Like, go spark it over there. I'm sure Taliesin would be happy to talk about me for 10 or 20 minutes. I'm not interested in having that conversation. Chat, but I know I do. Batman, how you doing, bro? You know you're not good at games? Whoa. I said I'm not good at Anno. I never said anything about fucking not being good at games. Like, did all of you just throw extra testosterone in your postosties this morning? Like, from the start of this stream, you have done nothing but attack me. Like, I've just been attacked from all sides. It's like I'm fucking just defending myself the whole time. Chat just lobbing grenades at Akko. Yeah, let's see what he fucking does with this one. There we go. Look at him dance, bro. Look at him dodge and just dive and duck and trying to get out of the way. Not being hit by fucking shrapnel somewhere. Anno is a city builder. McDubs, how you doing, bro? Digit, welcome back. You're a good gamer, Akko. Thank you. Also, with that, really, I felt that in my soul. Thank you. I appreciate that. What's an old? Not an old Anno. Akko is Steven Seagal. Yep, I have to be for this stream. Drama stirring. You said stinging motherfucker. I didn't stir any drama. I have actively said I don't want to be part of any drama. I have no interest in that shit. Mueller Gaming, how you doing, bro? Roaming, I feel like you did attack me, or maybe you didn't. Maybe I'm just including you in everything else. You know? Waiting for more juicy wild lore from you. I don't have juicy wild lore for you today, but I do have another video coming out about something really cool. That is already done. I just have to quickly make it pretty, and then upload. It's already uploaded. I just have to write out everything, and then I'm gonna make it public for you guys, which is super exciting. Like super exciting. It's like one of those just big things that Blizzard just announced again. That's really good. So I do have that for you. The next lore video that's coming out will probably be tomorrow, or if not tomorrow, the day after. It's already also uploaded to the channel, but because I've already made a video public this morning where I'm reading The Calling, that took a long time, but it was a good book, so it doesn't matter. And now I'm making another video public. I'm not going to make another video public today. He's all fake. Who's fake? The Calling was juicy. Dude, The Calling, it wasn't so much juicy lore. It was just a really good book. It was just a really good short story, told really, really well. And I think it provided a lot of the internal turmoil that Anduin was going through, which I think was really good. So yeah, overall, I think it was good, you know? Yeah, it is very well written. Very well told. I think the emotion in it is also handled really, really well. I love how it built up to the emotional part. Like, it felt like by the time Anduin reached the height of the emotion, it was well deserved, right? Because it started off with Anduin just being very apprehensive about things and being very standoffish. And it's no. Okay, so the short story here is part of a larger book with a collection of short stories. Christie Golden is one of the writers of the book, right? So there's probably in that book more short stories from Christie Golden. Not to mention the fact that while Christie is no longer working at Blizzard, she has said that she would be very interested in to continue writing for Blizzard. Right? So we could probably in the future see more books written by Christie Golden, but I think one of the reasons why Blizzard has probably gotten rid of her, and one of the reasons why Blizzard is probably getting rid of a lot of their writers, is because I think Blizzard wants to start working with more authors. So when the books are written, expand and have many writers write books for World of Warcraft rather than just a few. And when you have someone like Christie working for you, it almost feels like a waste of resources if you don't have her write the bulk of your books, because, you know, you're already paying her, so you may as well use her. And while there's nothing wrong with her, she's a good writer. As I've said before, she doesn't quite write my style of books, but I still like her stories because she gets my imagination going, so I like it. I think what Blizzard is trying to do is go more the direction of something like the Warhammer universe, where when you look at the Warhammer universe, you see so many writers writing within this universe. So it just creates more freedom, right? Yeah, I think she wrote Office, but she's written a crap. She's probably the #1 writer for WoW books. Z Vengeance, take care of yourself, bro, and thank you so much for hanging out. Really appreciate you, man. Thank you. I think she'll be back. I think we will see more books from Christie Golden in the future. Even though she will no longer be associated with Blizzard, I think she will still do work for Blizzard, because from what I understand, she didn't leave Blizzard because they were angry or there was fighting or anything. She was just let go. And it's been a while since she's been let go, so it's not even like it's a necessarily new thing about her being let go. Just want to see something here very quickly. All right. Never mind. Someone sent me a DM about something to do with Steve Denuser, but it's not as juicy as I thought. So, is what it is. We'll just let that go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to go to the gym now. I will see you tomorrow. Maybe after the stream. I can't yet know. Last night, I had so many videos that I had to make after gym that I just did not have time to stream also. I only finished at like 12:30 with all of the videos. So it all depends on what the news cycle looks like, what Blizzard announces next. But yeah, if there is nothing to do after the stream, I'll be back. After gym, I'll be back to play some games or something. Otherwise, I'll see all of you tomorrow for another stream. Maybe we'll pick up Anno. Maybe we will not. I don't know yet what we'll do tomorrow. We'll see, right? But, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for hanging out with me. I really appreciate all of you. Thank you for the kindness. And as always, be kind to each other. Be good to each other. And I will see all of you in the next one. Peace.